Hello and welcome to Tales from Double Tinkard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I am your dungeon master for Avress, the Shattered World. I am a little bit sick. I am a bit of a chest cold here, so you're going to hear me sounding a little bit different than normal. So hopefully I don't have any coughing fits or anything else on camera here, but I'll do my best to mute myself if it happens. But anyway, here we are on the House of Gamers server, Discord. And if you're out there watching, thanks for being here. And as always, we do have plenty of openings for adding new campaigns and dungeon masters to our Discord server. We're always looking to add more people in. We have lots of players looking for groups. I have a number of one-shots that are in progress or that are upcoming here. So if you want to jump in and try a game out there and see how things go, hop in and join one of our one-shots coming up. Also, just to let you guys know, we will not have no Eldon today. He's having some family issues there, and we wish him all the best. Absolutely. And I will not be on next week. I'm just going to say that right now because we are traveling to see family over the long weekend. So we'll be dark next week, and then the following week we should be jumping into some pretty eventful things. But last week, the group had spent some time after after dealing with rescuing some prisoners and hostages that Wraith had collected and disabling the airship that he was using. They had spotted some sort of a lookout on the docks there. Finding that it was one of the goblins left behind there, they decided to just skirt the issue and not mess with that, and made sure to get everyone back to safety. They made it back to their ship there, got a chance to get a long rest in, and then decided to do some investigation around the city itself, specifically going back to Conjurer's Island to talk to Embardio and secure potentially a approval for using their teleportation circle in the future, and also getting permission to go in and check out the Wizards Guild Tower itself, the site that the Dark King 2 centuries ago had staged his coup and taken over the city and launched a bid to take over this side of the continent anyway. There, Lucas was able to, using the black book that he carries, was able to, with the help of Eldon and Amethyst, break the link between Lucia and the coin that Amethyst carries, thus freeing Lucia to be able to be sent back to her home in the Nine Hells. And finding a way to actually make that happen, they did... seeing the power that was used, was able to accomplish that task. They also went to the Grand Academy to see the extent of the damage to the teleportation circle there. It happened and found that it had been some sort of magic used to crack the foundations of the room and actually damage the conjuration core for the teleportation circle. And repairs were still in progress on that, but no real ideas around who had done it, or specifically why, though there are suspicions, of course. They also, during that time, Amethyst had felt another Wraith take another victim. And in discovering, in finding out some information, they found that a student had been killed at the Grand Academy as well. They checked that out there and found a very similar setup. A young man, student there, alone in his room, killed by a single stab wound with residual traces of conjuration magic, similar to the magics that Wraith had been seen using before. After that, they, along with Kiva, decided to try to force a confrontation with Wraith, and a lot of back and forth, a lot of plans being made, changed, shuffled around, and eventually trying to call him out to bring him to a warehouse where they'd laid some traps. Wraith wasn't going to fall for it, however, and sprang a counter ambush, essentially, that unfortunately left three of the party members downed and Kiva taken. Um, and as we finished last session there, in the warehouse where they're trapped there, Lector Schulich and some members of the syndicate, along with a couple of priests, had revived the fallen members of the party. And that's where we're going to be picking up, right there in that warehouse, with everyone back to consciousness, back to life, and able to sort of pick up and determine the next steps. So, Raven's Tales, what are we doing this week? You said yelling at me, I know.
No, we yelled at you all week last week.
I didn't. I supported it. I'm just saying.
I didn't yell at you. I just told you off.
Yelling.
No, I didn't raise my voice.
So yeah, you do see the priests that were there, specifically a brunette human woman with odd eyes, which will as you were with her, some sort of priestess of Ioun, and a odd looking little cherubic gnome, blonde hair, blue eyes, with the mantle of the Raven Queen. Did the work on bringing everyone back. Both had showed up with Lector Schulich and some other members of the syndicate. So they are still all there. If you guys want to talk with them or see what's going on.
Yeah.
I'll let her go first, and I will.
Sorry, I'd like to know, why did you help us? You could have just taken all of our stuff, taken all our money, and left us there. What made you want to help us?
Lecter was, I assume he's addressing Lecter at that point.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think the syndicate is all about?
Well, you're very much a group of individuals who, get stuff done and things. But
True.
You have members, and we're not members of that syndicate, are we?
Well, not officially, but you've done some work alongside associates in various places.
Torben's worked closely with him a few times as well.
Yes, and as I understand it here, one of your members is or has worked with the syndicate in the past, and the person that has gone missing has associations with the syndicate as well. But beyond that, the founding of the syndicate dates back to the decades after the fall of the Dark King. One of our primary, and my primary role, is to collect information and to make sure it's distributed to the people that need to have it. Specifically to ensure that something like that doesn't ever happen again. One of the founders of the syndicate was one of the members that took down the Dark King. And they made one of our roles, I won't say primary any longer since it's been so long, but one of our primary roles throughout the time period since then has been to ensure that something like that doesn't happen again. We don't want to see one taking power and using it for means that harm the populace and harm good business practices and other things. So we, seeing what you're up against and what you're trying to accomplish, and who you've worked with in Port Oris and now here, we understand your tasks are essential.
Yeah,
That's why we help. Now, unfortunately, the majority of our members of our group here are not skilled in the way that you are. Many of our people are just average citizens who just report information and watch out for things. We had some spotters that did see the fight break out, and well, when the explosion happened there, and kind of pointing over it. Eldon's like scorched body at this point there, and he's at the point now. So Eldon's actually at this point looking over his gear and just kind of like cataloging what's broken, what needs to be fixed, what needs to be replaced, etc. Because he detonated a ninth level fireball on top of himself to ensure his equipment didn't fall into the wrong hands. So he's just sort of like, yes, right, and just back into like he's got his notebook out there and he's like literally just like cataloging and checking over everything. The explosion told us exactly where to go, and so we made sure that we had people that could help.
Well, thank you.
And Lucas and Amethyst, you would know that it wasn't like the second the fight was over, this happened. They showed up. It was as the fight like split up. You would know that the Wraith and his group left almost immediately. They did not linger around there. They grabbed Kiva and left. Pretty much the explosion, the fireball was what kind of like sent them off there. And one thing you will also have found is that there were 3 goblins left behind at the scene that were scorched and burned by the fireball.
Good.
They got caught in the blast, and it was strong enough that they couldn't even having good deck saves didn't save them from getting blasted by the fireball. Even half damage was enough to take them out. So yeah, there were a couple of bodies left behind.
There is somebody that I would like to talk to.
Speak up, please. What was it? What was that?
The one that saved us. I would like to talk to her in private. If that would be possible.
Which you mean?
The one with the mark of the Raven Queen.
That's the gnome. He's he's a bit of an odd one for the followers of the Raven Queen, and he's just like, you want to talk to me? Okay, sure. What can I do for you?
First, can I have the pleasure of your name?
My name is Greendon.
Greenden.
Yep.
I'm asking
Greendon.
that, obviously, not actually asking. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, Greendon. That's all I really go by. So, yeah, what would you like to know?
Does she talk to you?
I mean, points to the other priestess. We talk to her all the time. What do you mean?
I would very much
He
like
means
to
the Raven Queen.
and see if what she wants me to do for her.
Well, are you one of the faithful, a cleric of some sort?
More recently.
Well, I mean, basically,
It's more of a fascination I had since I was a young.
the Mother of Night, the Mother of Rest, the Raven Queen, as she's referred to by a number of people, or even Wee Joss, as I've heard her name spoken of as well. She basically looks out for people that die and need to pass on, and if someone is preventing them from passing on by raising them as undead or doing things else, she doesn't like those things. So, I mean, that's her main thing. She will reach out to people who have had dealings with death and with loss or prevention of a lot of dealings with undeath or just death in general can sometimes gain her interest, I should say.
We've killed lots of undead, but well, more than a few, I should say, not lots. But I guess my last question, when my mother died when I was about 11 or so, I heard a voice in my head, and I don't know who else it could have been. And then I'll describe the voice to them from what he heard in his head, and ask if that sounds like a voice that she would have.
I mean, she will kind of talk differently to different people, but I mean, that seems a reasonable assumption. I'm I do hear her voice on occasion. I mean, it's more feelings and very seldom do I hear her like speaking directly. But in terms of like commune spells or auguries, we get sort of warnings and vague. Well, just sometimes we hear words, sometimes we just more feelings.
Yes, I've read a lot on her as well,
Hmm?
but more of a curiosity. And but lastly, just I wanted to thank you for saving us. I've never been killed before,
Hmm.
believe it or not. I'm fairly new to adventuring, and it's um quite scary. I haven't had to
Yep.
kill anyone yet, but I have killed creatures and one vampire.
Hmm. Well, that's a very good thing. Vampires are very much well, a big enemy of the mistress. There, she does not like it. Especially those powerful undead. They tend to corrupt people and draw them off to undeath as well.
And
So,
I should say that I wasn't the only one, of course, but we were attacked by multiple vampires. And
of course, they tend to travel in packs after a while.
yes, tell me about it. They're quite interesting monsters to face.
Well, I'm
As long as
happy to have been able to bring you back to continue the work that you need to do. If you didn't have work you needed to do, then you wouldn't have been brought back. That's sort of how things work, really.
but
Yeah.
what is there anything that we can do for you?
Oh no, we're all fine here. We just go about our things. I was just called on to help, and so here I am.
Does this lightheadedness from dying ever go away?
I I am told that it does. Yes, yes. It takes a little time there. Of course, the metaphysical and theological ramifications of people that pass on and see the other side, or pass on and see nothing for a while, or hear voices of people, or there's all kinds of things that can happen. So everyone's experience seems to be somewhat unique. So um,
Of course.
but yes, I think like anything, the after effects will fade.
Okay, and thank you, and tell her I said thank you as well,
Of course.
and I'll do what I think that she wants done.
Right.
I'm very hungry. I'm going to go eat now.
Good plan. Yes.
He just wanders off to find some food.
Yep. I heard to find rations and such. I mean, so anything else you want to talk to people about, or the folks that are there?
Yeah. Um, we uh, we travelled in style at one point with a friend of ours who had something called Heroes Feast. I think was that Heroes Feast and that
Uh,
Nels had on.
Not technically. It was, yeah. He just basically had a, very much uh, a lot of variety of food, but didn't count as a hero's feast.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it
How?
was the Magnificent Mansion, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
However, um, the the priestess that's there, the priestess of Ioun, she will actually be sort of like off on the side of the room there, and uh, talking things over with a couple different people. I think she was the one that brought back Eldon, and I'll go ahead and say she brought back you as well, Sora. So, um, and so she's just checking things over, making sure everyone's okay, and kind of doing some other heals to kind of make sure all the checking things over, everyone here, making sure there's no after effects of anything that happened.
I just very frustrated after what just happened. And if it wasn't for the paralysis, I think we would have had an easier time of it. So I was just wondering if there was anything that we could do, or you could do, or anyone could do to maybe prevent that happening, so that we can try again.
I have an
Absolutely.
Awesome.
You did mention Heroes Feast. Understand it only lasts for a day, so if you're going to go and confront this person and these people that use such tactics, then you may wish to wait a little while longer. It depends on what your plans are.
Yeah.
Um,
I have a good idea now.
I think maybe a bit of research, a bit of rest and recuperation, and getting our heads
and
together to
repair.
come up with a solid plan and repair, obviously. Come up with a solid plan of how to do this, and then when we're ready,
Yeah.
then that would be absolutely fantastic if you could do that.
I would be happy to. Understand part of the reason that I'm here personally. This person killed one of my students. I teach at the Grand Academy.
Right.
And Graven was one of... He studied under me. He did theological studies and history and a number of other scholarly pursuits. And a number of our flock, and she kind of gestures to the raiments of Ioun, the lady of the goddess of knowledge, basically. Many of us work with and teach through the academy. So an attack such as this does not taken lightly. So I will do what I can to help.
I am very sorry for your loss. It is horrible how he treats people and what he does to them.
I tried to. I examined Graven's body, and I could see that there was no soul to retrieve.
Yeah.
I assume it's something that he can do. So
It seems to be that way with people who are like me. Did he have a particular gift with telepathy or any kind of...
not specifically. He did have a lot of insight and seemed to have a lot of knowledge of other places and languages and such that seemed out of seemed out of the ordinary for someone from his upbringing and um from his well, he came from a fairly humble upbringing, but he came to us knowing 4 different languages and quite a bit of history from places that he'd never been to. It was quite
Yeah.
fascinating. So it may be something related to what you're talking about.
Yeah, I myself have visions, and can have conversations with people who aren't here and things. And I don't know if you know, but Kiva and I are linked. We share part of the same soul, and another part of that soul is Wraith. So we are all connected. But I know there are other groups of people who are also connected. There was a friend of ours, who was murdered by him, and unfortunately I got to witness it, and it was not nice.
I'm sorry for your loss there. I understand.
Thank you. But
Hopefully,
we will make him pay.
that's all one can ask, is to ensure that it doesn't continue to happen and that they don't accomplish what it is they were trying to accomplish. So, please, when you are ready to go and confront this person, let me know. I will provide a way to help you resist some of the effects they may use against you.
Thank you.
Because as I understand it, their Heroes Feast does provide resistance or immunity to poison. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a yeah. So yeah,
Posted it to
definitely.
you.
No, yeah, no worries. Yeah, I have it here. So
We we're back. I look around, seeing that we're back at the warehouse, right?
yeah, still there. Yeah.
Yeah. We can't leave here right now.
Why can't we
all
leave the warehouse?
You all can, of course. You're free to leave whenever you like, or stay as long as you like. But we have something to discuss, and because of them, I think we could pull it off potentially. But we will talk about that when it's appropriate.
Well, um, the priests at that point, they essentially just say, I mean, if there's anything else you need from them, that she, and her name, as she says, is Melina, and she is available through the Grand Academy, or you can. Shulich actually posted that I can get in touch with her when you're ready to as well. So we have a
What was your
bit of
name,
a
priestess?
Melina. Sorry, Melina is my name.
Can you spell that, Jim, please?
Just Melena, Melina.
Thank you.
And so, so the two priests will, the two clerics will go ahead and take their leave, along with a couple uh, of the syndicate members will kind of escort them just to make sure that there's nothing. The syndicate members will kind of step outside first there, and then you just give it a little signal that it's all clear, and then they'll head on out. Shulich is still there for the moment there until. Is there anything else you need to know, or anything you wish to discuss before we depart and let you be on your business?
Is there a way we can
Uh,
contact you in the future if need be?
Um, I believe a couple of you can do ascending of some kind, and you know me well enough to be able to contact me specifically that way. Um, other than that, uh, you, Torben, he said he kind of looks at you and kind of does a quick little thieves' cant of basically message to the shadows, and someone will see.
Yeah. I'll put a thumb in like my forefinger and like twist it, turn it, and I guess.
And just give us a short little nod, just as a reply.
And I believe Amethyst was going to say something as well.
Just, I know obviously the syndicate has ways of finding and tracking and all that kind of stuff. So if anybody finds out where they went to, we would definitely appreciate it if you let us know. So that,
Yes. I'm trying to be, I will say this, based on who they are and what they're doing, I'm trying to keep my people at a relative distance to not get in their way, but still be able to
absolutely.
keep an eye on them as well. I do believe he's headed north, but I don't know exactly where. We did spot them moving, essentially, and kind of basically kind of moving. So essentially, you guys are at somewhere in some of the Dock 4 district, in sort of the more industrial / warehouse district of Dock 4 area. And they said that basically he's heading sort of from here, heading northeast. They kind of spotted them a couple places there, and he says that he had people just trying to keep an eye, but they do move fairly. It is not hard to disappear within a city this large. So, even as distinctive as they can be, there's still a number of cloaked figures moving around at night in a large place. With
I'm
nothing
assuming they're
like,
on foot though, are they?
it seems to be that way so far. We haven't seen anyone taking off and flying anywhere or doing anything strange transportation wise.
It seems something very unfortunate happened to their airship.
Uh, I
I'll just grin at Tobin.
Engineers did pass that along. Yes, I think we will have to definitely keep things from. They can't leave as easily, obviously.
Mhm.
So, obviously, yes. If you wish to get in touch with me, sending or Torben can get a message through more conventional methods. I will be in touch if you find anything out specifically, but I do wish you obviously all the best. If there's anything we can do, to help or provide more information, please let us know.
Well, thank you very, very much. We do appreciate everything you've done for us so far.
Of course.
Guess we owe you one.
Well, if you put this person down, you've done everyone a service. So
Corbin starts laughing. There's no
we're just well.
We promise.
Assuming you do, and when this happens, then you've done us a great service, and we are only trying to help you accomplish that goal.
We'll kill him or die trying, so, you know.
Wait, what? No one agreed to that. What?
No one has to agree to it. It might happen.
Nah, it won't.
So, with that, unless you have any other questions there, he does kind of collect his people and head on out. Leaving you guys. You guys essentially have the warehouse there. He will say that at the very least, when he gets ready to go there, he does kind of make a motion there. Someone comes up to him, and he does indicate that as far as anyone out there can tell, the area here is clear. His spotters have not seen anything left behind, no members of their party lingering or anywhere else.
Okay. And now we can talk about my idea. At least for the time being, we together have disabled his airship. And this entire time, he's always been a couple of steps ahead of us. But for the first time, we have an advantage. We're all dead.
Yeah.
He thinks that we're all dead. Except for maybe you and Lucas, possibly. I don't know. So, we are not to go out. We are not to go out of these doors without looking like ourselves. I think we can all do that. At this point, we can fix that. And maybe he can get set up for his own ambush at one point. I don't have any plans detailed out other than that. So that will be up to us as a collective unit to do that. But I think we can. This is the best chance that we have, and we need to take advantage of it.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully he thinks we're still dead. Or thinks that you guys are still dead at least.
He wouldn't just leave us here. There's no way he would have. He would have finished the job.
But,
especially with that fireball.
I mean, he probably knows that me and Lucas made it out at least. And he'll know.
He would know if you were dead anyway, because you all are connected.
He would feel it, yeah.
However, he doesn't know about the rest of us, and we can still use that to our advantage. But he's going to be coming for you and Lucas, soon.
Yeah.
So we can use that to our advantage. Maybe a bait and switch at one point, but we're not prepared right now. Eldon needs a lot of equipment, and he's going to need a lot of help because he doesn't have a workshop here.
I don't need a full-on workshop. Really, I just need the tools and components. I should go back to the Sable Drake. Between Greta and myself, I think we can put together just about everything that I would need. Yes, we'll have to make sure that there's enough things in working order. I don't know that I'm going to be able to repair everything, but at least enough to get most of my equipment back up and running. And if there's anything else you need, then potentially we can get that as well.
Okay.
Don't forget, we've got a couple of monotechnicians on the airship that might be
exactly. They can help as well.
To help,
it isn't so much a matter of manpower, more a matter of, well, actually, they could help make things faster that way. So yes, they could help in terms of just reconnecting conduit. Pretty much none of my gear works right now because the conduit materials have melted away. So I'll have to, at the very least, do that. And I'm still determining which accumulators are broken and which spell plates are correct, and what we can do there. But the good news is my mortar and the apparatus seem to be perfectly intact. Other than a couple little jostlings on fittings and stuff like that need to be repaired. But that should be easy enough to do.
Eldon, you have a sending stone, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. if you're going back to the ship alone, one, we'll escort you there first,
But yes,
and not leave you until you're with the others. Two, if anybody shows up, you message us immediately so we can get there. Okay.
Of
We've
course,
obviously
yes.
got stuff to do, but obviously we appreciate that you've got stuff to do too. So
if
Exactly.
he cannot be himself.
Well, I can definitely not look like myself because, and he pulls his apparatus off, like actually takes it out there and puts it in his bag of holding. I need to fix this. These are scrapped. My gauntlet, my boots aren't going to work anymore. This, my
Right,
shield, this.
off, he'd be
So he's
unrecognizable.
literally taking like he takes up his headlamp is broken, so he puts that in there too. Like literally. By the time he's done there, he doesn't think himself because he's like none of his gear is intact. His homunculus is broken.
I don't think
Like he's like literally just like
He blew
the only
himself
thing
up.
left. The only thing
just
left
a
is
tiny little person under all that stuff.
yeah. His
Goodness.
armor is still intact. His armor is magical, so it's actually his armor is a bit scorched. But he just like basically when he puts his cloak back on, he looks like just a little gnome.
Yeah, a young one at that.
Oh,
He's
Oh
so
no,
cute.
he still looks older because I mean he's still 100 years old. So now he still has the white hair and everything else. But I mean, again, without all of his Manatech gadgetry he normally would have, he's just a gnome in a cloak.
And Sora, you can, Sora, you can change yourself as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if I don't want to be seen, I won't be. But
Lucas.
Yeah.
for now, we need to get to the ship. That's the plan, right?
You can change your appearance, right?
I can change my clothes.
Great.
He changed his clothes. Well, it's good to know that you're not smelly.
No, like what he
No.
means is that you can literally change it to an entirely different outfit and everything else too.
Yeah,
So
it'll
obviously,
still smell the same because it'll still be the same outfit. It'll just look different. It'll still stink.
nah, I'm sure Lucas doesn't stink at all.
I'm sure he doesn't.
No,
Just way
I
too
think that
much of
was-
that.
Lovely.
I think that was a different character.
Yes, it was.
And I think too. I mean, at the very least, he can be invisible. So
Yeah.
there's that option as well. So
Mhm.
if you guys want to head back to the ship, that's not a problem. Head back there first.
Are we
Yeah.
all heading to the
We'll
ship?
escort him there. I think it's for the best, just in case.
Okay.
So you get back there. It is nighttime. And this part of the city is fairly quiet. You are kind of, as you do walk by, you can't help but notice the bloodstains and the scorch marks and everything else as you do head back to the ship. It is quiet once you get closer to the dock area. There's more people. It's not crowded, but there's still people here and there. Torben, it's not hard for you to spot a couple of watchers that are obviously syndicate. They're just sort of keeping tabs on the area.
Yeah.
Now that you know what you're looking for. A couple of them sort of make a little gesture that you catch that obviously like, hey, we're here kind of thing. That other people who didn't know Thieves' Cant wouldn't even recognize it as anything out of the ordinary. It's just kind of a little scratch of the head there with a shoulder shrug, and you realize that, oh yeah, that person's syndicate, and they're keeping an eye out for things. And the gesture is all clear, so you pretty much have a pretty clear path back to the docks. And upon reaching the dock area there, being cautious, changing your appearances, and anything else that you don't see anything.
And Lucas, could you come here real quick?
Yeah.
I don't think it did it.
You cast it 3 times now.
Oh God, that's why. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. It just didn't do it the first time. But yeah, he's invisible.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right. So
I didn't know I could cast it on other people. I thought I could only cast it on me. I just now looked at it.
oh, it's range touch. Yeah, you can cast it on someone else. If you cast it at a higher level, you can cast it on more than one person too.
I don't think that I need. Everyone else can just change their appearance.
Well, you can just change you
yeah,
and
I'll cast
Lucas
it at a higher
too.
level and then
Yeah.
do another person.
Okay.
Sora, just so you know, if we do see any more glints up there, I'm definitely teleporting us both. So just be, ready.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
is always on Cloud Strike.
And I would just say you are on high alert enough that you are being very, very cautious. You do not see anybody watching out for you. You do not see someone, which kind of lends to the fact that maybe Wraith didn't know your ship was there. Because he didn't leave anyone behind to watch it. It's like you kind of expect it. You kind of like are watching for someone else with a spyglass or heaven forbid Trexer up on a rooftop somewhere watching over it, and there's nothing there. You mean you are watching very, very carefully, and you don't spot anyone. None of the people that Torben's messaging secretly are saying there's any threats or anyone watching. So you're able to get back to the ship reasonably certain that no one is aware of where you're at. So back on the ship, Eldon immediately just kind of like takes his stuff, goes straight to kind of the work area where Greta and the man technicians that actually when you get back there are sleeping. They actually have been given use of one of the rooms just to sleep for a while because of the experience they've had recently. So they're sort of off in the kind of the bunk area, sleeping at the moment there. But Greta's awake and immediately starts working with Eldon on pulling things out and just kind of setting out materials and grabbing things off the shelves there, and kind of prepping for the work of repairing things. By the sound of it, it's going to take a while. It's like just repairing conduit alone on all the material, all the items he has, is going to take probably about 5 or 6 hours by itself. That's if nothing else needs to be repaired. So,
Eldon, if you do need anything, don't go out there alone. Okay.
I will not leave the
Let us
ship.
know.
I
Good.
am staying right here and doing the work that needs to be done. And yes, I will do everything that needs to be done here. And if there's anything that any of you need, please say so as well, because I can always upgrade anything that you have or do things to help you with anything that you need as well.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Keep in touch and be safe.
You can see he's definitely shook. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you catch him kind of staring off into space occasionally, which is Eldon's always in thought, but it's not sort of that I'm planning something. It's sort of like the blank stare you don't really see from him. And so he's definitely, I mean, while he still sounds the same and he still has that energy about him, there's just these pauses occasionally where he just sort of like stops and just stares into space for a moment and then shakes his head and goes back to work.
I mean, we do know, don't we, that he lost his whole family in a fire. So
Yeah.
that's not going to be, he's not going to be
Fire,
like,
collapse,
okay, is he?
explosion. Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yep.
um,
One thing I would say, Lucas, you know enough history. I would say that based on what he said there, he's actually sort of given hints around this before here, but there was a major automaton uprising in Coppervale. Not quite 100 years ago. It was actually more like about 70, 80 years ago. So when Eldon would have been young. And there was a lot of violence in Coppervale as a number of automatons that had gained sentience were like didn't want to work for them anymore and didn't want to be smashed and thrown down into mines anymore and left for scrap heaps and such. So there was a time when the automatons rose up against the dwarves and the gnomes of the area and fought back. And part of that is where the it is said, at least, that's where the Warforged race came from, as the ones that fled in the early stages of that and fled north into Scarlos and actually kind of made a new life for themselves and made kind of new forms for themselves. So similar time period there. So it seems like that's, and it sort of dawns on you at that point too the fact that Eldon's never wanted to go into the gaming room at the Fighting Unicorn, and all the time you guys have been in and around Raven's Crest because there's a Warforge that works in there. Doesn't like being around him.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So what do the rest like to do? And obviously, resting is an option for you. I mean,
Besides
Yeah.
Resting.
helping or
Yep.
getting Eldon, what is on our docket today?
you're asking Eldon?
We left Eldon in the ship.
Oh, yeah. Well, I assume that for the moment you're still on the ship here, so he hasn't left the ship to go somewhere else yet. You got back to there and sort of checked in, and so now it's sort of like what's next on your agenda?
Looks like Aaron's crashed.
Oh,
He
yeah,
froze
she's
halfway
frozen.
through saying whatever he was saying.
I can still hear you, but your camera's not live. Oh,
There it goes.
okay. We'll be back in a minute.
Sora probably want to go someplace where she can pick a fight.
No
Okay.
fighting.
There you go.
We don't want to. We don't want to be noticed. We want to just be as quiet as possible.
It must be quite late now.
Yeah, at this point it's well after midnight.
Yeah,
It's
go to
it's probably closer to like
tavern.
2 in the morning or so.
Go to a tavern and pick a fight with somebody at the tavern.
We can go to the tavern. We can have a drink. We can, talk and chat and stuff, and then go to bed. But please, no fighting.
On Ray's ship, were goblins, right? When I was on there.
Yes.
Okay, so the chance of there likely being, we're fine to go to the tavern.
Yeah.
Just keep our heads down. No fighting. That is bad right now.
You need to restart your camera there, Draven.
Oh balls. Okay.
No worries.
I wonder if they've left anything on their ship or if it's completely empty.
I mean,
We haven't
Shall
been
we
back to check, but like,
Shall we go look?
Who's
I mean, you're the one that said don't pick a fight, so
I'm not picking a fight. I'm just thinking, if it's completely empty. I mean, if there's goblins on there, obviously we'll just kill them because that's,
well then I'm all for it. Let's go.
Do we not? Can we not kill anyone? Like, there's no reason to right now.
I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about goblins.
People, goblins. There's no.
Listen, we're going to have to kill a lot of goblins if we want to get to Wraith. So you've got to get your head around that, okay? If you don't want to kill them, that's fine. But just, hurt them until somebody else can kill them.
That's what I've always done, isn't it?
Yep. Chances are they've gone anyway. They're probably not even there.
Well, I'm all for sneaking on that ship yet again. That was quite a rush, and it's kind of what I do. And I could take back anything of value for you, but is this necessary?
Well, you can go. We'll do the telepathic
can I borrow your
bond.
cloak just in case?
Yep. Well, we'll do telepathic bond. You can let us know what's on there, and if there is goblins on there, we'll come and kill them anyway. So,
okay. So the plan's head back over to Dock 7, where the ship is still.
Yeah.
Yeah, just in case they've left anything behind.
Okay.
Lucas has gone straight to his bunk and gone to bed.
Okay.
You'll be in your bunk.
Okay.
I see what you did there.
Lucas, there is something as you're sort of like kind of getting ready to lay down everything else and just sort of kind of playing through everything else there. One thing does catch your eye. The gem. I mean, you studied it a lot, and still has that ever changing like colors and geometry that is never quite stop shifting every time you turn it and look at it. It's different here, but there's one thing that's slightly different. You'll notice that in the past, the colors have all been sort of typical gemstone colors, but you are now seeing a new color showing up in kind of the weird, the random sequence. You're seeing black facets, like actual, like completely black, like almost like an absence, like total absence of color and shine. Like you'll turn it and like this facet will suddenly be just blank black. And it's a little bit It's a little bit. It definitely is something new that you haven't seen before.
Is this the dragon gem?
The Chaos Gem that Lucas carries. It came out of the slot.
Oh, okay.
And so I sent something back to you, I thought.
You did, but it wasn't like definite.
I mean, I mean, you had a pretty vague question for him, so
I sure did.
yeah. And it's one of the he can't do much from where he's at, so obviously, when you see him next, he may be able to do something for you based on your request. So yeah, a follow up will say that he doesn't really have a lot of resources here. He has some contacts, but mostly things get shipped to him from here. He has a couple of business things, but not really doesn't have an operation that's based here.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
If he had an operation here or just contacts.
No,
okay.
He basically people send him things from here, but there's not so much like he doesn't have a warehouse or anything else here. So he's not quite that large and at least not yet.
Well, let's see about working on that, shall we?
Yeah.
Is Lucas okay? Why is he going to bed?
He hasn't said much since it happened.
Okay.
Is there anything in particular you want me
I want to call after him when he does leave to ask him if he's okay.
Okay.
What? Apart from the fact we almost died? Apart
I
from the
know.
fact that if I'd have gone down, Wraith would have had the book.
That is true.
Does Wraith know we have the book?
Hopefully not.
We don't know. We totally messed up. We really messed up.
Yeah, we did.
We can't do that again.
Nope. Absolutely not. But I mean, if you want to go to bed, that's fine. But just same as I said to Eldon, keep in touch if you can, and don't wander off anywhere on your own.
The other one's wandering off. It's 2 a.m.
Okay.
Just want to go look on the ship and then go to bed. I'm keeping Sora from bar fights. Shut up.
Should I just go, or and you wonder if you're going to go with me, or do you just want me to go now and come back?
We'll all go, and you can sneak on while we stand outside. Don't want you going off on your own. Have you listened to anything I've said?
That's what I'm doing now on the ship.
Okay, I mean,
dangerous part, right?
No, it's probably empty.
Let's go find out what's on the ship.
Just want to reach around and see if he's left anything behind. He probably hasn't, but just in case.
I know what to look for. This is kind of what I do. If you want me to bring anything of value, that's fine. Maybe give me the bag of holding, Eldon. If you don't mind lending me that, I will give it right back.
Eldon's gone.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's not there. That's right.
Yeah. I mean, well, he's working in you're still on the ship at this point. There, he will let you know that unfortunately this is one of my infusions that I create, and so if I give it out to somebody else, well, I mean, I could. He's like,
just if there's anything big that you want me to bring back, I'm not going to be able to bring that back with me.
I mean,
I
don't
have a
feel
bag
there's
of holding
anything
you can take.
No,
because I've got a portable hole now.
Very, very true.
That's what she said.
Excuse me, sorry. So the three are going to head off to check out the ship.
Yep.
Okay. All right. As you head over into that direction there, give me some perception checks as you start nearing the dock area where Wraith ship is docked.
All right. Okay, Sora is great at those.
Yeah, we're gonna do luck on that one.
Sure.
Okay, that's better. 20.
Okay.
I would have failed it without rolling luck, but I'm not rolling a nat one on anything. If I can help it.
Okay.
We'll say
Sora,
inspiration. How about that?
Whichever you want, whatever you want to say it there, it's fine. So you'll see that as you approach the area there, it is fairly quiet. I mean, this part of the town is more the visitors area, so it's a little more lively. There are still a few taverns and such that are open, but there really aren't any cafes or any stores that are open this late. By the time you get there, it's about 2:30, almost 3 in the morning. Once you guys finally leave and get over there, so it's definitely well into the night. Um, and so only a few taverns are still like actually have anything going on, and nothing's very lively or rowdy when you go by there. Um, Corbin, you will spot a couple of watchers in the area, just more syndicate members. There's sort of, and there seem to be a few more in this area than there were last time. You do not see eyes and ears checking around there, so you don't spot him anywhere. But you also are fairly certain you don't spot any goblins or any rooftop observers watching over the dock area.
Okay. Wish me luck.
Okay.
And I guess I'm going to go invisible.
We're
Sure
going to be right behind you anyway. We're coming on the ship no matter what. So,
Wait, on the ship itself?
yeah, why not?
I thought he was going on
Their
doing
armor,
his
that was
thing.
the whole thing. No.
He's gonna go see if there's goblins, and if there's no goblins, then we go. If there's goblins, then
Right.
it's a no-go.
Okay.
And I will
So you
do
wanted to
that.
fight?
I do want to fight, but like, I've got to let his do his thing, you know.
Okay.
Just the point of this is for them not to know that you all are alive or that any of us are alive besides you. You come on there, then it ruins the whole surprise. And that's not a risk I want to take right now. But I'll go check it out. I'll go survey and do recon and take some cool stuff. Yeah. And
Okay.
and go.
All right. So you head on out, being in the area there. Okay. Okay. You will see as you approach there, the ship is dark. There's no lights on. There's no lights on it at all. There, it's just sort of bobbing in the harbor gently. There's no sign from the outside of it that anything's wrong with it. You don't see any. There's no like damage to the outside of the ship or anything. And as you approach, you don't see any movement on board specifically.
I do have a question for you, Jim.
Sure,
When
that's
we
it.
were ambushed and attacked,
Mhm.
I had at least 5 shots, so that's presumably at least 3 goblins. Did I see what any of them look like at all?
I mean, they're all like. I mean, you saw goblin. Yeah, I mean, you definitely saw a few of the goblins there. I mean, but to you, they look like goblins. I mean,
Right.
small green skin, pointy ears. They had cloaks and leather armor on, and were wielding crossbows. So other than that, there's not really a lot that you saw that was distinctive about them.
Okay.
I mean, you might recognize one or two of them you saw, but at this point, any goblin you see in town is, I mean, suspect.
Right.
Because typically,
Goblins
what
don't frequent the city. You've already said that.
definitely not this one. They've spotted at a couple other places there in more remote areas, kind of farther away from the goblin nations and such. But here, goblins are just not seen.
Okay. So as I step away from the group,
Mhm.
I'm invisible. Yes.
Sure.
I take out my daggers, both of them.
Okay. All right. So you see, give me a stealth check with advantage.
Yep, yep. I love rolling these, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that one was almost a nat 20. Yeah, just 30. Fine.
Close enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
The two of you see Torben go invisible, and then you hear nothing. It's like he just doesn't exist anymore.
Telepathic bond is up, right?
I assume so. You said you
Yeah.
were. Okay. Yep. So, there's no sign of, you don't hear footsteps on the wood planks of the dock. You don't see any movement on the ship. Nothing. And Torben, you are on board. When you do get on the deck of the ship, there's not really a lot left up here. Typically, things aren't left on the deck because it's an airship, and so flying around with a lot of stuff on there. So you start to head under below decks. The first thing, the main the main cargo door down below decks, where you would load and unload things like that, is one way down, and there's sort of a captain's quarters kind of thing.
Right. So I'm definitely going to go slowly investigate that.
Okay. So captain's quarters. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When you do
very, very carefully.
that door is locked.
Not anymore.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you take a moment. Go ahead and roll it just to see. But I mean,
not 20. Nice. 33.
And like, yeah,
love it.
Essentially, yeah. You pop up there and you kind of look at this thing and go, and you're in. It is a good lock, but not that good. It's one of those ones that the typical thief type person would never be able to get past it. But you're just like, okay, I've seen these. Whatever. Click. I'm in. Inside the room is very obviously emptied. I mean, you don't see much. There's like a foot locker, and you check the foot locker there. There's nothing in it. There's still bedding on the bed that's there. There's a desk that's sitting there. The one thing you'll see, actually no, in this room, yeah, it's obvious that it's been intentionally cleared out. There's nothing really left behind in here. You will see evidence of that has been used, obviously, not recently, not in the last day or two, but the fact that somebody has been using this, but they have definitely cleared it out.
Okay. So I'm going to I'll do one more quick search and then realize there's nothing there. And once I realize that for sure, I'll leave, and then I'm going to go to somewhere else. I might.
Okay. So you go below decks to where the lower decks are, where the essentially cargo / crew / galley and any passenger quarters or there, and you essentially the rest of the locks on this ship are not even worth bothering rolling for, because only the captain's quarters is the one that's going to be tricky at all. In fact, none of the other doors down below decks to the two passenger compartments are even locked. In one of them, you will see on a small like writing desk, there is a book that's left there. And there's obviously some other things, like there's some clothes left, some rumpled clothes that left in one of the lockers there. Person didn't clear this room out.
Okay. Can I investigate the book?
Sure. An investigation check.
Okay.
I bet that was one of the dead goblins.
Is Leo not seeing any goblins on the ship?
Who?
Not Leo. I was just typing out the word. Is Torben not seeing any goblins on the ship?
No, you see no movement on the ship at all.
Wait, so interesting. Something came up. It says advantage, slight only within 1 foot, eyes of minute seen. Okay, that's just for my thing.
Is Torben letting us know that there's no goblins on the ship?
Not yet, because I'm not looking for goblins right now.
That's what you were supposed to be doing.
No,
you were supposed to be looking
for a value first.
No.
Oh, you were looking for goblins, and then we were coming on.
Goblins, and then we were coming on to help you look for stuff.
Give him a second.
So,
give him a minute.
The book. As you look at the book, you can see that there's something off. There is something not right about the book. Give me an Arcana check.
Oh, wait, no, I can do this. Okay.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
27.
Okay. This, like, you go to look at it, and it's like, oh, this is tricky, because the book, essentially, there's just a one of the the middle pages of the book there. There's a little bit of a gap in the pages, and you realize you're looking at somebody decided to leave a little bit of a trap here, because this is basically a glyph of warding
Aha.
that's written inside the book. So when the book is open, boom,
Right.
you assume, or something else. So you're fairly certain you can move the book based on your arcana and
Yeah,
your
I didn't want to look
investigation there.
inside of it. I
You
literally
you
want to
can
take
move
it
the book, but you cannot open it without
open the
setting
book.
it
Yeah,
off.
I'm not going to open the book. I just want to take it.
So you take it and put it away there.
I'm going to put it away in my
Okay.
bag.
The clothing that's left behind, there is one set of sort of plain looking brown robes and one set of fairly common looking women's clothing. Sort of a shift with a sort of an like an overdress kind of thing. Um, uh, Plain looking, not really anything fancy or out of the ordinary. Both size for humans.
In just plain clothes, nothing special about them. But
No.
definitely ladies' clothing, right?
Well, one set of brown like robes, and then one set of plain women's clothing.
Okay. And now, being on this ship as long as I have, or as many times as I have, I'm going to start going to where I believe to be the living quarters.
You're in them.
Okay, so I'm going to
Sorry,
start
you're in the
moving
passengers'
on-
quarters. Sorry,
I'm
passengers' quarters here.
Yeah,
So,
I'm going to
you
start
mean
moving
the
on
crew
to
quarters?
the crew quarters. Yes.
Um, okay. At this point, it's been about 20 minutes, maybe close to a half an hour between like going in and out of places there.
I'm with the group. Nothing yet. I haven't looked at all the group's rooms yet, but I'll be done soon. I did find something of interest, but I'll give that to you guys when I get back. Just don't open the book yet.
But no
I'm going
goblins,
on the
huh?
ship.
Yeah, me too.
I'm going on the ship.
Okay.
I will tell them literally not to. That defeats the whole purpose of this operation.
We had informed
the
you that
operation
we
was for
wanted
you
you to go
I'm
on and see if there were goblins,
now.
and that we were going to go with you to search the ship.
Okay, but like I said, I'm looking. That's why I'm in the quarters right now. Just give me a second.
The problem is it's starting to feel like you are searching the ship for things, and that's what we want to do as well. You were supposed to go in and just see if there were goblins on board so that we can get
That's
on
actually
board
not-
and help
keep in
you.
mind, that's not what Amethyst said the first time we talked about it.
Amethyst said, let's go on the ship. And you said you were going to check for goblins first. And that was like, yeah, okay, make sure there's no goblins. But then we'll come on the ship and search it. That
But
was
I
what we
didn't
were
know it
meant
was
to
for
do.
20 minutes.
When Amethyst came up with the idea of going
I
on the ship.
wasn't looking for anything in particular when I looked in the quarter. I assumed if there were people there, then I would have told you. I wasn't going right to the quarters.
Well, there's no one like moving around on the ship is what's coming down to here. So there isn't like this isn't a large ship. Like if you're on the ship for 5 minutes or so, you're going to see there's nobody moving around on it.
And I would tell them that there's nobody there from what I'm looking at.
Okay. So one thing you would, being up on the main deck, you would have seen that. Yes, you would have seen the captain's quarters on the main door on the main deck. There would have opened and closed. And then essentially the hatchway down to the lower decks there would have opened and closed very quickly. Not seeing a person come and going there, but you can kind of assume that he's on board the ship. So the two you're gonna head on board.
There's no way we would have stood outside for 20 minutes waiting for him to.
And
tell
I'm
us
on my way back out because I told him like so.
Yeah. Well.
Hmm.
Okay. So I would say that. So somewhere in that time period, you guys are all on the ship. Let's go from there. And you're all below decks there. It is quiet. There is nobody moving. You will find the galley is somewhat stocked. There's obviously, it's not emptied. There's still some food and some stuff left in the galley there, but obviously some stuff has been taken. So, I mean, you see, it's been partially cleared out, let's just say. In terms of the crew quarters, heading down to where the crew area would be, you do not see any belongings left behind. There's no trace of clothing, there's no weapons left behind, there's no... they obviously cleared out their stuff and left, by the look of things. One thing you will spot is in the other crew room. So it's the other passenger cabin. There's two passenger cabins there. One had the book in it. The other passenger cabin, and I would say you kind of came out of the first passenger cabin as the two of them come on board here. And what you'll take note of that is that the lock has been altered so they can be locked from the outside.
Well, that's interesting.
I'm guessing that was where he was keeping the prisoner.
Is a reasonable assumption. And when you unlock the door and go in, it again is a plain bunk room kind of thing. It has been cleaned out. However, just checking around, being careful, and having Torbo, there's a high investigation and everything else, you will find a couple of discarded tinker's tools kind of underneath the desk area there that they obviously aren't the entire set. It's just like a couple, like a little wrench and a wire thing like that, and a little bit of wire and such. It's on the floor there that may have been missed. It fell down and obviously was left behind. So, thus, kind of confirming the fact that this is probably where the technicians were kept.
Does it look like something that you might need?
Not really. I mean, it's just like missing a wrench from a set, maybe. It's yes, and then some bent wire and such. I mean, so it doesn't look like anything important. I mean, you can grab it if you want, but
Yeah, because I know if this was Eldon's, he would go insane missing a wrench. So
true. Yes,
we'll pick it up just in case he's the same way as Eldon, and
Sure.
and then he can have it back.
Sure.
I don't think anybody is the same way as Eldon.
I mean, it's true.
Reasonable assumption.
But he had to learn from somebody, right? Okay, so yeah, grab the tools,
Okay.
head back out.
You will spot. One thing you will catch as well is on the wall next to the bed. There is obviously someone has kind of scratched something into the wood, and it seems to be almost like just like hash marks. Like you would say, like how long someone's been there. Maybe it's a hash mark of count of days. And just looking it over, it seems the number of hash marks would be probably reasonably to assume it's how many days they've been like on board the ship.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then heading down into the crew decks where you assume the goblins would stay. It doesn't. There is an odd smell to the bedding and stuff like that, just because I mean the goblins don't stink; they just don't smell like everyone else would. Obviously, dragonkin don't smell like humans and such. Tabaxi smell different, and so there's definitely a different smell to the bedding there, indicating that probably the goblins were all staying in this area here.
Goblins do stink and they suck.
Whatever. Racist. No, you're not wrong. I mean, goblins have been a problem for a lot of this region for a long time. They are sort of an enemy of the state there, but yeah, there's just an odd smell to it that's distinctive from humans and other races of Gairbon.
Pretty sure
Anything else?
so we're still like ozone.
Yeah.
I don't perceive very good, but with my passive perception of 10, am I seeing anything that catches my eye just as a quick scan?
What you'll notice is that it definitely has been picked clean. No one's planning to come back to this place. They didn't leave anything behind. They didn't. It's not like they intended to come back here and get the rest of their stuff. This is more like somebody took their stuff and left.
Ooh, Amethyst.
Yeah?
The abandoned ship.
That's what work.
Oh yeah, it's not working.
Well, I mean, but like, they abandoned ship.
Well, we knew they would because it's not working. But you know,
But like, are they not ever planning on trying to fix it?
well, they can't fix it because we took the technicians back.
And
They're useless for
Listen,
that.
I'd love to assume that we have the only mana technicians available in the entire world. But you can't tell me that there aren't people here that they could have gotten to do it.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that at the moment they don't have them. He obviously has ways and means of getting people to work for him. But
So the question then comes into, should we sink his battleship or should we take the parts?
I mean, it's already not working, so he took
Right.
the part that makes it work. So you know,
Laura, I would just say from having grown up in a coastal town where docks are an important thing, sinking a ship at the docks is never a good idea.
I never meant to be at the docks, but
Well, how else
yeah,
would you?
What were you gonna fly it off and then sink it? Like what's
it's in the water, right?
But it's at the docks.
But it's
So
in the water, right?
talking about like taking it out to the middle of the lake and sinking it.
Yeah.
why that? We are trying to keep a low profile right now. So you want to cause like the biggest scene and have the entire that would definitely cause like that would be horrible.
I think the biggest scene was the ninth level fireball.
Yeah, that was the biggest scene.
But we
But
were
like,
being attacked then already. In fact, most of us were dead. I just really think, and in character, sorry, we should be really careful.
I just wanted to see if there was anything useful on here, anything important, and obviously there isn't. So let's go home and go to bed. Home.
We have
Let's
to.
go back.
There is one thing important though, like I told you, and then I'll take out the book. Don't open it, but look at it. This is my book, but here, look. You'll hand over the book. Just don't open it. That wording says not to.
Why would you give me a book and ask me not to open it?
But because you might die,
Okay.
and I know something about that.
Then don't give me the book.
But okay. He'll just keep it to himself now. Then
Yeah.
Do you want me to look at it?
He'll take it to
look at the cover. Yeah,
I would
is what
say-
he was saying.
What you'll see is just holding the book up there and kind of just without opening up and just turning it over there. It is a fairly newish looking journal type book. It doesn't seem to be like the cover is still very much intact. It isn't worn at all. The pages on the side there seem to be pretty crisp and else that. There is a bit of a gap in the pages there, like something is stuck in the book almost. What it seems like, but there's no writing on the cover. Like I said, it seems like a fairly new book.
But yeah, after her showing not real interest in it, or just not being able to
You
open
gave
it,
me a book and told me not to
well,
open
then he'll
it.
put it back in his thing for now.
Are you
and put
asking me
those
to
on.
look at it?
Not look in the book, look at it to show you what I found. This looks very important.
Okay. So if it's important,
If it's important, what?
can I examine it without opening it?
Sure, Arcana check. Okay.
Dirty 20.
Yeah, basically, there is obviously. I mean, you kind of looking at there, and we mentioned warding there. You do know of a thing called glyph of warding, which basically is sort of something that can be left as a trap, essentially, or some sort of a protective thing. It can trigger a spell, or it can trigger some kind of explosion, depending on. So this may be some sort of a trap left behind.
I have. Oh wait, no, I have, and I can fix this. But let's go back to what are we doing right now? Back to
We're
the
getting
ship.
off the ship.
Sleep. Gonna go to sleep, aren't we?
That's a good idea. And I am going to find not a private spot, not enough to leave the party, but I want to. You know what? No, I'm going to wait to do that. Actually, I kind of want to open the book with Mage's Hand, but get far away from it. But if there's an explosion, then I don't want to draw attention. Wait, we can open it on the ship because he wanted to sink it anyway.
Yeah, but not here at the dock.
No, exactly. Let's not do that. Anyway, back home.
Yeah, well, back to the ship.
That's our home right now.
All right. So you head back across the way. So moving back through the way there, it's fairly, again, it's a little more quiet now. A lot of the taverns are kind of winding down at this point. Some of them may stay open all night. You're not really sure because you've never really seen the nightlife in this area. But I mean, obviously, some places are closing down, and people are. So you do find a few more people kind of like staggering through the streets, or kind of walking back home, or whatever it is, or walking back to the inns or taverns they may be, or other locations they may be staying in. You're able to move through the city fairly easily. Again, Torben, you're spotting people watching, essentially, giving you the all clear for the most part. Give me one more perception check to make
Sure.
really a note.
All of us are just
I'll say all
Torben.
of you, yeah. As you're walking by
It was almost
this,
an
who
actual
notices what?
Sora recognizes absolutely nothing because she
Yeah.
doesn't even have dark vision. Oh, I don't know. An 18 is pretty good.
The city is well lit. I mean, there are lamps and everything else there. And with this, you obviously, at this point, you find yourself a little more lost in thought, kind of just the thoughts swirling around your head there, thinking it's happening. While you're not like bumping into people or tripping over things, you're also not really taking note of anything of finding anything of note there.
I'll be trying to talk to Kiva.
Okay. Every time you try to talk there, it's just sort of that same sort of blank static of someone who's asleep. Yeah, someone or unconscious, as you would assume. Which at this point, yeah, it's been hours, so it's not reasonable that she's still out. Not unreasonable that she'd still be out. And so Torben, again, you're kind of spotting the watchers and just kind of keeping general for anything out of the ordinary. Sora, you will take note as you pass through District 5, Dock 5 area, where the military is. There seems to be a few more people active. Guards are sort of watching and kind of posted up. There's a few more guards on the docks than you saw previously, especially earlier in the day. And there's obviously a guard presence that's a little bit more noticeable. There's definitely more guards out as you pass through the area. None of them stop you or do anything to you, although you do get the impression that they're watching you closely as you walk on through. But none of them, they definitely are on alert. You kind of get that impression.
It's just the military people, though. It's not like citizens or anything.
Yeah, no, these guys have the look of military. They have the tabards, they have the weapons, they've got the armor and such like that. And so, based on the military folks, you have the guard presence you've seen around the city, in various places. There, it definitely is on a higher. There's more presence in the area now.
Okay.
With that, you are able to move on through Dock 5 into Dock 4 and get back to the Sable Drake. Lucas, in looking at the gem while you're resting, while you're spending time while they're away, they're I mean, by the time you go to sleep or anything else, that if you're planning to kind of checking things out here, but one thing you'll find from the gem is that you can't attune to an element with that facet. You're still able to tune to the element that you want to, essentially. But what it is, it's almost like a nullification. And effectively, what this does, moving forward, is that you will have advantage on caster checks to dispel or counter.
Nice.
One thing in studying
it's
it,
okay.
however, when studying it, you realize there's almost a resonance with the power of the book and the gem. Not that they're linked, but it's a similar power that can sort of not so much bind but break. So that sort of, like I said, you don't feel that there's a connection between them at all. It's not like it's drawing power from it or there's sort of a link between it. It's just it's sort of picked up a little bit of a extra bit of magic that wasn't there before, which seems to be now in keeping with the gem itself. It absorbed the protection from the Ring of Warmth and gave that ability there, and now it's absorbing this other sort of you're not sure exactly what happened, but you kind of theorize it probably happened during the ritual when you broke the chain. The gem picked up a little bit of that and kind of incorporated that into its functioning.
Nice.
So, yeah. So you're able to kind of head back to get to rest there if you choose you want to go to sleep there. You definitely have figured that out by the time before they get back. So I assume you're probably sleepy when they get back.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So when you guys get back there, you will find that the while the ship isn't like guarded, you will spot definitely someone watching the ship, and Torben, they are a syndicate. They are keeping an eye on it there, very subtly, but enough that you spot them. On board the ship itself, you will see that there's at least two people awake and watching the ship from the crew, between either the captain or his wife or the two guys in the crow's nest or the first mate. At least two of them are awake when you get back there, kind of watching over. One of them just kind of sitting up on the deck of the ship watching the stars as you approach, and another one down below decks in the galley kind of keeping tabs on things down there. We'll say it's Daffod up top and the first mate down below. Anything else when you get back on board?
Go to sleep.
Check in on Alden, make sure he's okay.
He's working. And what you'll find actually by the time you get back there, he's working, but he's still where he was when you left him, but he's sort of slumped against against a chair, and you'll see that there's sort of a blanket thrown over top of him, and Greta's working on stuff.
Oh,
Oh,
He basically
Greta.
he basically passed out.
Poor old.
Oh, Greta. Aldon's sleeping.
Be right back.
Sorry. Sorry. Here, and I'll pull out the wrench. It was the tool that I had found.
it would have been for the guy that we saved.
They're
Oh.
married, right? They can get it to each other.
No, Greta's the one that works on board the Sable Drake.
Yep.
The couple were the ones that got kidnapped and taken on board the other ship there. So, and they're sleeping currently.
Okay, never mind.
So,
It's,
but I'll give it back to him. I think it's fairly standard, bit odd. Maybe I'll keep it aside there if it's a part of their toolkit. They didn't come on board with any tools, so maybe this will be sort of a little bit of a keepsake to get their own tools back. Yeah, we'll see. So she kind of just tucks it into one of her little pockets there, and just kind of make sure it's kind of somewhere on its own to keep track of it.
Cool beans.
Yeah, he passed out about 20 minutes ago. I think he's a bit tuckered out, obviously, and I'll just keep doing some of the basic repairs on the stuff he's got here. So we should be good. Yep.
Should we put him in his room or just leave him there?
It might wake him up if you do that. He's fine. I mean, I've seen him sleep on deck. I think he slept on his feet before. I swear, I think I caught him snoring while he was working before. It's okay.
Okay. He can stay here.
If he wakes up, I'll send him on to bed. But otherwise, I'll just keep tabs on him. Go get some sleep.
Definitely.
And for probably the first time since you've known him, Eldon's alarm does not wake him up at 5 a.m.
Wouldn't matter.
Um,
Sora was still awake anyways.
Oh, I know. So you not going to sleep?
Hopefully it's broken forever.
Okay. Then Sora, that will end up you with a point of exhaustion.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I understand.
Okay.
But Sora's a little afraid of sleeping right now.
Okay. So mark the sheet there. You have that condition.
Mm-hmm.
We can bunk up together if you like for the night.
It's
No, I'm not coming on to you. Just
No, you've already got a person, and I've got a person, but it's more of a matter of Sora closing her eyes right now and looking at the blackness is not something that she wants to do.
I can come and talk to you until you fall asleep.
You need to sleep.
I will.
No sense in both of us taking up exhaustion points.
No, but I can talk you to
Where's
sleep.
the point of exhaustion? There's not a place to put that on your character sheet.
I don't know how Roll20 does that.
I was looking at D&D Beyond as well.
Oh, beyond is you go to the conditions. Right up there by hit points.
Uh-huh. Oh, nice.
Click in
Okay.
there. Yep.
You actually can, if you go to top
there you
right, next to your armor class, there's a box there that says defenses and conditions. If you click on conditions and go right to the bottom, you can enter how many points of exhaustion you have.
Yeah. Yep, I got that.
All right.
Thank you.
Alrighty then. So, mid-morning, we'll just say, but was fully up and aware. Sora is definitely looking a little blurry-eyed. Yeah.
I wanted to try to talk her to sleep, basically. I wanted to try to relax her and talk with her and see if I can lull her into actually resting. If that's...
Do you have any magic you wanted to use there, or just use the power of your voice?
Just that.
Okay. Give me a persuasion check.
Voice.
Give me a persuasion check, and Sora, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
We'll kind of roll this out here and see.
Terribly.
Something's not bad.
I rolled a 7.
A wisdom saving throw?
Yep, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. So,
but I do have advantage on wisdom saving throws from favorite shield of the mind.
if you could use that once per day if you want. Do you want to actually burn your once per day shield thing?
I've never used it, so
I know that. It's one of those things of
Yep. Let's
Do
try
you
it.
need it against me just talking to you quietly?
Wow, seriously. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Bound and determined.
Yes, Sora is very scared of going to sleep right now, Amethyst.
Okay.
Yeah, dying and whatnot. Yep, she doesn't want to go to sleep right now.
That's going to be a bit of a drawback for an upcoming fight. So
Mm-hmm. She understands.
Disadvantage on everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so going to learn sleep spells.
I have it, but you can't just. They have to be below whatever for it to work.
Yeah, hit point wise.
Yeah.
Yep. So, all right then. So, eventually you find yourself falling asleep, and Sora, we'll just say that with Sora sort of manages to fake falling asleep, sort of, kind of closes her eyes, but I think finally okay, and then you go to sleep there, and Sora, you just kind of boop, I'm awake again, and spend the whole night fretting, and so
I will just lay in bed with Amethyst next to me and just stare at the ceiling.
Sure.
That's
Okay.
what I'll do.
I'll go bring Sora a cup of coffee.
Coffee? What is coffee?
You guys have whatever crazy version of coffee Joe has in the galley there. You're able to consume
You
it in the
said
morning.
Joe. Of course they have coffee.
Yep. I mean, so he definitely has something available for you guys to kind of wake up there, some sort of a coffee type drink. and it's not pleasant. It's not great, but it does the job. It does wake you up. There is a stimulant. So if you partake of it, you're bright eyed. You're awake, and if you don't, well, you're still awake anyway if you got some sleep.
It smells
Um,
good, but tastes bad. I don't want any more of this. And he only took a little sip of his, but
I will finish his drink.
well,
Okay.
I gave you one too.
Yep, and then proceed to finish mine.
Yep, gotcha. Okay, I sent mine over to here. Yeah,
Yep.
he just takes one little sip. He's like, "Oh God!"
Yep.
That's not that bad.
If you put cream and sugar in it, you might like it, Torben.
Mm, mm-mm. I've had
So
solvent better than that.
So you end up in the morning. Yeah, we'll say probably around 10 o'clock before you're all fully kind of awake there, and the day is yours. What's your plan?
Kill rate? No, okay, that's not it.
Well,
I say
did you want to go to the academy?
we could definitely do that, but basically the day is ours.
Let's head to the academy.
We can't get
And-
we do still need to be careful about where we go though, just in case. But Trevor, oh God, Torben is being super vigilant on pretty much everything. A little over paranoid over investigation.
Sure.
I think we all are.
But Torben's usually calm, cool, collected in those situations because that's what he does. But even he's like, yeah.
I mean, it's obviously you're all definitely nervous.
Yep.
There's obviously tensions are high. Eldon decides. Eldon's once he realizes he actually slept and kind of panics a little bit there, and he's back to work again. And pulls out when you actually decide to head over to the academy or whatever. He's actually in the middle of taking apart and reassembling the fittings for his museum apparatus. Like the actual tank and the backpack portion of itself is fine. It's just sort of the other doodads sticking off of it that need to be fixed. So,
I'd like to check in on him and stuff and let
Yep.
him know that, I know that you're not like,
it's a very
Always.
good thing that I made this with adamantium because no damage whatsoever, and it's just fine. But the apparatus itself there needs a little bit of adjustments and make sure it doesn't backfire because that would be bad. Yes, very bad.
Eldon, I
yeah.
didn't come to check on your stuff. I came to check on you, mate.
I have my stuff.
I
My
came
stuff
to
is
check
me.
on you. I came to check on you to
Okay.
say, I know that must have been tough. It was tough for all of us, but I know that you must be going through some stuff right now. And if you need to talk, we're all here for you. You can, if you need to talk, we're here, okay? I'll
I
give him a big
appreciate
old
it.
hug.
Okay, and he just sort of like does the like kind of thing of like okay, this is strange, but yes, thank you very much. I will talk when I am ready. I believe that's how this is. Yes, when I am ready, I will talk. Yes,
But, that's what
there's
family's for,
work
right?
to be done. Yes,
Torben.
yes, you're Torben. Yes, that's right.
Or no, fuck.
That is you.
You know that you're imperative to this group, right?
Yes. I make things go boom.
And you
More
do
than the sword does, even. Yes,
very, very well.
I understand. I will continue to make sure that I am both myself and my equipment is functional for our upcoming altercations, etc. That we are going to initiate. Yes, yes.
Before we go to the academy, assuming that's where we're going, can we stop at one other place, please? I would very much like to go to off the clock.
Okay.
Unless there's somewhere closer by to get somewhere to eat, but frankly, I just want an excuse to go there again before we go.
Yeah. I mean, there's no objections. The four of you head back to off the clock. You don't see anyone you recognize there currently. But you are able to get food and drinks, and they have strange coffee blended drinks that people might like instead.
I will try that.
Sure. Yes, and you find something that's very like sweet and frothy and milky, and it's
Is this the thing
there's
you were
any
talking
coffee
about,
taste.
cream and sugar, Amethyst?
Sorry?
Is this the thing with the cream and sugar that you were talking about?
Yeah, huh?
Okay. And I'll order like 3 of those and just drink them back to back.
Oh God, you see sort of by the time you guys finish it, they're like Torben's apparently vibrating in his seat, just like
Mm-hmm.
his eyeballs are vibrating.
Yep.
Like you see, it's sort of like
A very, very hyper ADHD Torben. That's just me now at this point.
so. Yeah, you are able to get some food, get some drinks, kind of collect your thoughts, and really want to discuss before you head out there, or are you going to head off to?
No,
Of
I would have got some breakfast type food and
course, yeah.
sat down and ate, and no, we're good to go.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Like, we're gonna go to the school, but what are we gonna do at the school? What's our game plan?
I thought Lucas wanted to investigate the Black Book while we were there. I thought that was one of the plans that we had
Lucas,
when
what
we
are we
came to
doing?
drive in.
I thought we did that with the book, but like, okay,
I
so
mean, we found out a way of getting Lucia out of the coin, but
I'm not sure they're going to have the information there.
well, they said they had this library. Would going to the library part of it help?
We can try, yeah. I think it's more likely to be the information one of the mages has probably got it in his own private library. If there's any more information that we don't already have.
well, we can go
Okay.
back to there if you want.
We can go wherever you want. I don't know what we're gonna do when we get there. I don't do the reading. Unless it's about dragons, and then I do all the reading.
Is there any equipment anyone needs? I mean, we're in the capital city, so there should be pretty much anything you could want.
Yeah.
Like, got anything for killing Wraithbone?
I'm thinking that we should do something with gear if we have anything that you would want to get gear up and doing.
Well, what's on your shopping list? What sort of specific type things you're looking for? Because by the time I would say in the region kind of around the academy there, you will find, because the academy is actually not too far from the guild tower itself. I mean, their guild tower is in Dock 5, academy is in Dock 7. 6 is sort of like major merchanting area around there. So you kind of had the idea that if you're going to find shops, they're going to be in that region pretty much. So it wouldn't be hard to find various shops or things if you want to find something specific.
I had an idea about getting my con up, but it would require reading a book or something else I was reading, but I don't remember. So maybe just go look at some shields and see if maybe there's a shield I can pick up.
I
Those
would like
books.
to go to an empty field.
Maybe we should get rings of free action if anybody's got any slots.
Oh yeah,
Unfortunately, they require attunement.
we can maybe find one of those people who can put magic attunement stuffs on our equipment. Isn't that a thing? That's a thing, right, Jim?
Not officially, but maybe.
Okay. I thought like there was like we can have like an imbued an item with this spell or something. I forget what it was that we were doing before.
Could you get like a manatech, like a spell plate with freedom of movement on it?
That's what I'm talking about, like a mana tech to go on like my bracers or my shield or something to help me with this fact that I don't have a very high con.
The freedom of movement, obviously, it lets you walk over difficult terrain without penalty, but also prevents you from being paralyzed. So that paralysis thing is on my mind a lot.
You're so smart, Amethyst. Let's go with that.
Being grappled or restrained either. So yeah.
No, I actually asked Alia, and she advised me that wasn't a thing. I'd never heard of it. She's the smart one.
Okay. Well, let's go see if we can find some Manatech shield thing or something to help with the paralysis.
I'm just a dumb old cat who got taken down by a bunch of goblins.
You're not dumb.
I feel dumb. I feel stupid. Like, we were going, we can't try to trap him because he won't fall for it. We can't lure him here because he won't fall for it. And then Alden's gone like, let's just lure him here. I've got all these traps. And we were like, yeah, okay, cool, let's do it. What happened? What happened? I mean, Lucas said it earlier. We were stupid. We cannot afford to make mistakes like that anymore. We've got to get smart because this can't keep happening. There's not always going to be someone there who'll bring us back from the dead, you know?
Right. So yeah. Let's go look at the Manatechs and see what we can find.
Yeah.
Oh, and still being in disguise self.
Sure. Yeah. It's not a problem. I mean, with the most distinctive people in your party being able to disguise themselves with the Tabaxi and the Dragonkin, the other two of you can just kind of like wear a cloak up there or change your clothing. Because by changing your clothing, you can look like pretty much any other half elf in the city. It's not there are lots of half elves in Draver.
I can even disguise self too.
Yeah, you can disguise self too. So yeah, if you ever, I mean, literally, the two people that need to disguise themselves can, so it's not a problem.
Yeah, as we head out as well, Lucas will be wearing a bit more clothing. He's feeling the cold a bit now. He's changed his gem.
It is still spring, so yeah, it's at this point, it's there's a bit of a chill in the air, but by the time you're out there at 10 o'clock or so, you are quite a bit south, and so it actually is somewhat warm. You're actually almost same latitude as your homeland there. It's just over here, it's a little bit just wetter, not so dry as it is over in Ilkarim. So, yeah, you're able to be fairly comfortable, even because it is actually almost the end of the spring at this point. You're in the height of spring essentially. Yeah. So yeah, second month of spring. So you're able to looking around for a bit. Doesn't take too long to find some Manatech shops, and you're specifically looking for a Manatech version of Freedom of Movement.
Mm-hmm. Or something to help with that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Freedom of Movement is a 4th level spell, so it is kind of the highest level of magic item that can be made. To find just a spell plate for it, the spell plate by itself will cost 2,000 gold.
2,000 gold, he says.
Mm-hmm.
How much?
They have an item made it there with a. So what happens is to have an accumulator, you need a 4-charge accumulator for it to be able to cast it once per day, essentially. Mm-hmm. And so with the accumulator there, it would be a total of about 2,300 or so. If you want an item that actually has it in there, if you just want to have the spell plate that Eldon could slap into something for you, that would be fine.
Yeah, but
I don't think that's going to be enough because we were ambushed. We were surprised, and they got that off before we activated, or we had a chance to activate anything. So I don't think something that you can use once a day is gonna do the job.
I would like to look. I don't think I can get it now, as I am low on coin. But something that might help me get around even better than I already do. Maybe some kind of form of a teleportation or something, just for something to
Like
come back to later.
like what? You already have daggers to teleport you.
That's true. And I also can misuse that too.
Yeah, yeah, but he's up
I'm
as
just thinking
well.
of anything that would be pertinent to Torben.
Yeah, if it's something you specifically want to look for, I mean, definitely having more uses of something wouldn't be a bad thing either. So,
Hey, Torben.
Hmm.
I have these lovely boots that I got from Trevor.
The cowboy.
Yeah, they require attunement though, so I don't know.
I think.
well, he's already using Subversive Spider Climb, so
Oh, yep. You're right. And I'm not giving
Could-
that up.
couldn't do Boots of Striding and Springing.
But apparently, I can't use them. But thank you very, very much. Anyway, I would have very much liked to have gotten those.
Could I
Somebody
get
somewhere there has a Long Strider belt. Increases your movement by 10 feet.
Okay, that would be yeah.
That would
Those are
not be me.
It was a spell plate with Long Strider that you had since almost since the first session.
I think the only thing I have, and it might work out in this session, in this session, in this instance, is Ring of the Ram. Still have that.
Okay.
I had that before.
how much would something an item of non-detection cost?
Oh, let me double check that.
Who are we talking
Um,
to?
Uh,
It was
you found a shopkeeper. I mean, it's sort of there are various shopkeepers there. One's a Manatech there. One's more magic item vendor. These aren't specific places. They're not like it's literally kind of generic shops that you kind of going into.
nondescript NPCs. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Let me double check something here. How much is non-detection? Good question.
It's third level, but it requires 25 gold pieces worth of diamond dust every time you use it.
Yeah. So, yeah, things that require gold piece costing can't be made into spell plates, unfortunately.
It does say though that you have to bear in mind that you can get, because if you've got 250 gold pieces worth, it wouldn't
True.
you wouldn't use it.
True. There is that. Let's see. Where is it? I know it's here. Non-detection. God dang it. I mean, yeah, the amulets like that are hard to find. Uh, no pun intended there. The ones that are permanently on. For instance, that you cast on detection, that would be about for an item that lets you cast on detection. There, it'd be about 1,500, 1,200 for just the spell plate, and you could get that would be reasonable to find. The ones where it's always on, that's they're difficult to get a hold of.
I know. I mean, it's non-detection lasts for 8 hours anyway, so just
Mm-hmm.
one cast of it should be
Yep.
fine.
If you want to be able to use it twice in a given time period, that would end up being instead of 1,500 would be 1,600. Sorry, 1,650. Sorry, because the extra 3 charges.
Mm-hmm. I already have that potion that Eldon gave me. Potion of Hill Giant Strength. Oh,
Mhm.
please explain to me, DM question.
Mhm.
I've had this for a very long time, and we're supposed to have been looking for the herbs, and I keep forgetting about it. What is
Mhm.
the name of that
Yeah,
potion that I have?
The steel wind flask.
This steel wind flask.
Yep. Gives you 3 misty steps you can do after you drink it
Oh wow,
Over-
that's a
over-
very good thing to have.
over the course of an hour.
3 misty steps.
Yep.
Over an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That might be beneficial during this fight, is to use that. I also don't remember what herbs we're supposed to be looking for, but that's fine.
You know, that would be I would say we'll have to go back and watch because I don't know what I told you anymore because it was so long ago.
Yeah. It was not around this region. It was around the region that we're currently in. So yes, I will go back and watch it.
Yeah.
We can
Okay.
go pick flowers for part of the session. That would actually be kind of fun. You never know what you might
Mm-hmm.
Or hit an alchemist shop and see if they have any on any for sale.
I'm sure there's quite a few early here in the city.
Okay. So yeah, what else?
I was going to say I've got enough for their non-detection.
Okay.
Just, but it needs trading in. I've got a diamond and an emerald, both worth 100 gold pieces. Is that worth keeping them in the party, or can you just trade them in?
So the group fund has 1,008 gold in it.
The diamond's probably definitely worth keeping.
Right. So like if you need money from the group treasury, we can just pull money from that instead of using the diamond.
Okay.
How much was the diamond worth?
100.
Okay, I'll just make this say 998. There you go.
I can't Alden also cut diamonds and make them worth more money?
I assume it's
It's
already
possible.
But
You have 100 gold. I'll just chuck you 100 gold in a small little baggie.
Okay. So, was that for the one charge per day or two?
2.
Two. Okay, you got it.
And yes, I know that we have the spindle cut diamonds that all been toward the center. That's got the ruby, the emerald, the onyx, the blue topaz, the diamond. But Sora kind of wants to keep them because of the colors and the way that they are. But we have this box that we can sell that's worth 1,000 gold.
Want to sell off the dragon's box?
I wouldn't sell the box. I'd keep them in it for now. You know.
Yeah.
I'd sell it. It's worth 1,000. It's just a really good box. There's nothing with the box. There's nothing special about it other than it's just really, really
Yeah,
well
but
made.
it has inserts for all the gems to fit in, doesn't it? It's made for the gems.
Well, yes, but it also had that secret compartment underneath where we found that puzzle and
Secret puzzle. Secret puzzle.
we did that. But I mean, like, it's an option. It's there if we're strapped for cash and we want to get stuff. Also, I don't know how much gold Eldon is going to need to fix all of his stuff.
It'll come down to what's broken, and so I was gonna have him roll some saving throws for them. So,
Right.
when we get a chance to do that, we'll find out what's broken, needs replacing there. In terms of just the basic the repairs he needs to make, he's got the materials for that.
Okay.
I'm not gonna worry about that.
All right. So,
Mostly what he needs is time.
we also have this skull of conjured elemental, fire specifically.
Mhm.
Strider hides. We have Strider hides. We could sell those.
There's a Strider hide pack.
Speaking of valuable things,
It's a bag, isn't it?
amethyst.
Mhm.
It means that you the things that they don't burn if you put them in there. So if there's a fire,
Yep, immune to fire. Yeah.
sorry, Torben, what were you saying?
It's okay. I wanted to give this back to you.
What is it?
The cloak that you gave me before I got on the ship.
Okay.
Just-
I think I'd also promised
The
the bag of
bag?
holding to Lucas, but
It's a bag. The Strider hide thing is a bag.
yeah, it's a Strider hide bag.
It's the bag that the dragon stuff was in. It's immune to fire, basically.
Oh, okay.
Everything inside of it is immune to fire. It's made out of the strider hide.
Strider hide bag. Okay, then
Yeah.
Thor might be switching out her bag for that bag.
Sure.
Not that she has a lot of
Keep
stuff in
things
her
safe.
bag, but at least from fire.
Okay.
I'm gonna move that down.
Well, I'm going to let you guys kind of think things over here. We're going to go ahead and take our break because we are at the time now. And so when we come back from break there, we'll kind of figure out next steps, what else you want to try to delve into and figure out. And when we get back, then we'll see what you want to get up to. So take care. We'll see you again soon, about 10 minutes or so.
Okay, I'm gonna go let my dog out real quick.
Hello, welcome back here. So the party is at this point picked up a couple items there, looking around to see kind of in the shopping area nearby the academy, nearby the Wizards Guild, kind of in between the two in between the two locations. And you guys have the opportunity to potentially go find out some more information. You do have you could try to discuss things with some of the Wizards Guild. You could try to go to the academy. You could go back to the Conjurer's Isle and deal with them. Yes, so yeah, there's a number of things you could do potentially in terms of getting more information. So, where would you like to go?
Do I think the Academy would have any more information in the book, or do you think that's probably not?
They may not have more information about the book, but they may have more information about the entity connected to it. Because it wouldn't be so much like there's a dark thing out there to go and draw on power, but they might have things about like the entity in general, and maybe historical sightings or information about it.
I think we will have to be really careful though, because Wraith normally has people, doesn't he?
Mhm.
Like getting back to him about stuff. So
Yeah.
if he knows we've got the book,
Does he know we have the book though?
don't let anybody know that we actually have it. We're researching the book. Maybe we're
Mhm.
looking for the book. We don't have the book. Okay.
What book?
So
I don't know what you're talking
exactly. There you go. You keep on with that one.
about. Yeah.
I'm not going to get
Got
out
it.
and waves around, am I?
No, I know. But if you say, well, we've got this book, you see, and then they go, hey, Wraith, they've got the book. That's not what we want. So
The academy then first.
Yeah.
Okay. So, by reaching the academy, you do see. It is not hard to gain entrance to the academy for you guys. You're adventurers, and you will find out that Milena has sort of. Well, actually, I guess it depends. Are you going in as yourselves or going in anonymously? What's the plan there, and who's all going in? Because obviously going in disguise, going in as somebody else there. I mean, obviously, that may change how things might happen. So, how do you want to enter?
So I'm definitely staying in disguise for as long as we're here,
Okay.
or until Wraith's dead.
Academy, right?
Yeah, the academy.
Do you think I should, above? Do you all think I should come in with you, or stay out here and keep watch just in case?
I think we should all stay together.
I agree, but just a thought, and then I'll just go in with them.
Okay.
Just him still being paranoid.
I mean, Lucas can go in as himself. He knows
Okay.
he's still alive. So.
Sure. Okay. So, I mean, you obviously can go in like staggered and kind of not in as a group, but specifically. So, yeah. So, so you head on inside. Lucas, you want to get access to the library? Okay.
Yeah.
Give me essentially. What's the tact you want to take for gaining entrance? Obviously, you're not a student per se, but is there any other direction you want to take to get access to it?
We have been here before already. We've investigated the murder and looked at the teleportation circle.
Mhm.
They do know us. Obviously, I can name drop the cleric.
Sure.
Also, persuasion. Obviously, that's on my first port of call.
Okay, so using Melena's name and using persuasion to kind of just talk your way past them, saying you need to have access to the library. So you're giving a persuasion check there with advantage because you are name dropping.
Ooh, name dropping.
Yep. It can work. Okay, yeah. It's just like, oh, of course. Yes, please. whatever you need to have access to. Understand that it's a large place, so if you need any of the assistants to help you find things, just feel free to call one of them over. They'll be in the sort of the purple looking vests you'll see there. Um, Knowledge is of course our number one export here. So please have enjoy your time here, and hopefully it's fruitful. And yeah, it's not hard to get past them, especially with your persuasion check there. It's like that's sort of um, so. Are you all going to head to the library as a group, or just sort of like kind of mill around and keep watch on each other? What's the plan?
Um, I kind of want to. We're in a library situation, right?
Yeah, it's essentially when you go into the main. So essentially, the entrance of the Grand Academy, you have sort of like almost like three wings. You have this like large central area here. This is actually the building right here, and so you have sort of a large entrance area. Lots of marble, lots of statuary and everything else like that. Very, very beautifully decorated place. As you go in, there's a sort of large reception desk kind of thing. Not totally unlike the Library Lyceum, but a little more mundane looking. It's not all like magical and obviously enchanted with everything else. So you basically are allowed access to either the library wing, the sort of the lecture halls and classroom areas, and there's sort of the dorm areas. So essentially, you have the sort of three sections there, and the library is sort of just off of the main area. There, it's a large chamber, multi stories, like 3 stories tall with sort of like stairs to walk up and just like rows and rows and rows of books. They all seem very well organized. The books are they don't seem to be haphazard. They're very grouped by subject areas and grouped by um, authors and such like that. So it's even walking in here, it's not hard to kind of find a section. While they're not labeled, it's like flagging down one of the assistants there. Oh yes, history section is going to be over there. It ranged from ancient history to more modern history, and then some of the regional areas are going to be kind of interspersed within there. It's all labeled there. Just to, anything specifically looking for and can't find, let us know. Maybe there's something hasn't been re-racked yet if it was checked out. And so yeah, you're able to kind of one thing you'll find is there's really not a lot of fiction in this. It's all pretty much academic information. You don't really see. It's it's very much like a typical nonfiction library of just like histories and different subjects areas, botany, biology, like sciences, and then some and definitely like arcane theory type things. No actual spell books or discussions about actual magic itself, but more the theory behind magic and everything, the different types of things. Similar to what you found at the Ivy Lyceum, but more general studies, more like the Ivy Lyceum has more like much more focused around magical knowledge and things that relate to magic, and so this is more just general studies with a section on arcane studies as well, or magical studies. So yeah, you're able to kind of pick and choose your areas, and just let me know what you're looking for.
Looking into the entity in the book initially, grasping darkness.
Okay. So effectively, you kind of find yourself going in the arcane section there, where more extraplanar, so extraplanar entities and extraplanar theories and such like that. Give me a we'll call it an Arcana check. Basically, you're looking for extraplanar information. I'll just see how well your research goes.
I'm
Okay.
looking as well for books that could help.
Okay. So, are you kind of shadowing Lucas then?
No, not necessarily shadowing him, but just in generalized areas. So I mean,
Okay. Well, when you know like specifically what you're looking for, because with
I'd be close to Lucas, just
okay.
for anything of interest.
Okay. Well, like I said, I need a topic. Something of interest is not quite focused enough for me to tell you, show you what you want to be interested in specifically.
I'm trying to think.
Okay, no worries.
I would
Come
want
back
to
here.
look for books that are dragon related.
And
Okay.
I definitely, well, I mean, besides the Raven Queen, but I think I've pretty much at this point read pretty much. Is there anything new here about the Raven Queen I haven't read already?
I'm sure.
Yeah, I would pick up
So
everything.
you go into the religion section there. So you go into more sort of the species and dragon related things like that. Okay. Kind of mix between like modern like biology and nations and with that to ancient history and theories and stuff like that. So I would say, Sora, you're going to find a lot of information that was because there's a much more broad knowledge about dragons. Like I said, between like ancient theories and stories to the kind of the rise of Drakal and is about that, and so about the dragon kin and everything. So there's definitely a lot of it you find familiar. Some books you definitely have seen before, and some you definitely haven't. So there's definitely some things you can find out here.
I will probably pick up some of the books and walk and read while we're with Lucas. The ones I specifically have not seen before.
Sure. Okay. All right. And then Lucas, I will say you're not really finding anything specific about the Grasping Darkness, like named as a named entity, but you do find information more in general about, for lack of a better term, eldritch entities, things that are from beyond the astral space, and so that aren't of a specific plane, but there are entities, the creatures and beings and things that are out there that will sometimes brush on the other planes and exert influence and such. And so you kind of, what doesn't name the Grasping Darkness, it does, you sort of like hear things about it. And whenever they do, there's always either something related to madness, something related to some sort of conquest or kind of taking control of something, or there's just sort of an alien hunger that just wants to kill and devour. Sort of the typical things you start to see in common with these incidents that are documented. And some of them are actually documented as things that happened in other planes, like almost incursions into like other planes of existence, even like the elemental planes or the Feywild or something else like that. That sometimes those beings will brush on the material plane, but the other planes as well, and cause all kinds of strange, chaotic things to happen. You will also hear of some races, that you may not have ever seen before or heard of, but you will see mentions of the Gith, specifically Gith Yankee and Gith Zerai, and some sort of in species that live out in astral space. Along with the Illithid, that they exist as well. No documentations about like specific like encounters with them, but as a species that is out there somewhere that have been seen, actually in relation to the Gith. There's some sort of races that are seen out in astral space that cause problems and for any beings that live out in there.
If I ask one of the purple robed,
Sure.
can they find anything that I missed? Obviously,
Go ahead and give me another roll, and so we'll see if they can, if their queries will help direct you in a better direction.
even worse.
Well, effectively, what ends up happening is they kind of point you to the exact same books you're already looking at, and like, oh yes, that's what you're looking for, and like they don't have a clue about the Grasping Darkness, or if you don't mention that, but extraplanar entities, they pretty much point you to the exact same sources that you've already picked up, and so it's one of those things of while it's helpful that you kind of confirm what's there, you're not finding anything specifically about that entity itself. And there's no mention of a black book or anything else in those writings either. Thora, when it comes to dragons, you get sort of a little bit of mix and match of things you've heard before and things that you may not have. Uh, Specifically around what happened to the dragons and where they went. Um, there's always conflicting news of they all died off, which you now know to be untrue. Um, but the more predominant theories being that they just left and went other places. Like Hexarov has indicated, there dragons have more affinity toward fire, ending up in the elemental plane of fire. Makes sense.
Mhm.
Um,
Okay.
so there, you will see that. And actually, give me let's see. I guess call it an intelligence check, since you don't have a specific knowledge skill related to it.
Intelligence.
Yeah,
Just a straight intelligence.
sure. Unless you have
Okay.
you don't have proficiency in the skill, so we'll just call it that. Oh,
Yay.
yeah, yeah. You get not a lot. I would say at the very least, you start to get kind of again confirm information you've already heard, and it's like there are a couple things that come out there. You're like that's garbage. There's no way. Things like there are a number of accounts that say the dragons just all died, and that they're gone and don't exist anymore.
Well, obviously that's a lie.
Yeah, so you're kind of like, oh, yep, this is obviously wrong.
I thought this
So-
was a nonfiction book.
Yeah, I would say the one thing that you do know from your research there, and this will kind of confirm that there are evidence of dragons that did die.
Right.
People documented cases that dragons died off in the old world before the cataclysm actually hit. They did get sick. They did get. That's what led to the rise of the dragonkin species,
All right.
because they try to make them a way to survive. So you kind of rehash that. But they said, like, they basically say that the only remnant of dragon kind is now the dragonkin, and obviously you know that to be false. Other than that, you see references to, I mean, just general references to the religions around Bahamut. People like cults and such, ancient cults and stuff around Tiamat. Although you don't see anything about more modern versions of that. And the fact that the Sardior, the ruby dragon, is referenced in some of these older texts as well.
Ooh, the ruby dragon. Okay.
As opposed to Bahamut and Tiamat that had one avatar each, Sardior had 5.
That's a lot. Well, I mean, that makes sense. Okay.
So, yeah, and so that's so. Anything else that Amethyst and Lucas, Lucas and or Torben want to look into?
Lucas will
Just the books I
probably
got.
look into the history of the Dark King. I mean, obviously,
Okay.
see where he was stationed. See if there's any mention of him, a book or him binding things.
Okay.
That was what I was going to do.
I will say you'll find references to the Dark King, more of historical references in terms of like what he did. You don't. I would say there is very little mention of like the specifics about his abilities and powers. More on the lines of there's talk more of the historical aspect of him essentially wiping out the Stanton royal family and installing himself as leader of essentially eliminating any of the members of the Wizards Guild that didn't agree with him, and effectively turning the military of the time, Dravier, to more of a occupation and conquest force there, then supplementing it with demonic and undead allies. Effectively, these sort of like the army, as the battles went on, the armies became became less and less mortal and more demons and undead, and dark fae as well.
I'd also like to find out more about Nolan Gavon.
Okay.
And, you know,
Okay. Go ahead and give me a history check around that one. See what you can dig up there. Beyond just the basics that you already know. Oh, nice. Okay. So, as you sort of delving into sort of the Dark King aspect there, you sort of delving into the what happened in the wake of the Dark King, and sort of how the fall of the Dark King really took place there, and confirming what you seen a little bit before here, in that Nolan Garavon never actually saw the formation of Garavon, but it was kind of credited with leading some of the final battles that halted the advance of the armies in the north. Struck down in battle, of course, by a powerful demon that witnesses saw, wielding a great black sword. And then the fact that the that the queen, the former princess that had been here in Dravier, that had fled with her brother up to Port Oris, effectively stepped up and filled the void of leadership when the Dark King fell, and sort of kind of whipped the armies into shape there to push back the last remnants there. And so there's not a lot about Nolan specifically here, other than the fact that he was crown prince of Port Or the nation of Oris, the kingdom of Oris. But by all reputation, there being a very, very military focused, but also very much a academic and such. Like essentially had to step up and be the military leader, even though he hadn't been raised that way initially. Other than that, any specifically you want to just find out about him, or any specific kind of like with that role, you can pretty much ask any question you want about him, and I'll give you an answer.
I was thinking about maybe what sort of person he was, but also his family, if he has any members of family that are around now.
Yeah. Right. So, effectively, the kind of person being sort of academically to step up to be a military leader and everything else, and was pretty successful at it. At the time, you find out he was an only child at the time, being the sole heir of Oris. Family wise, it's said that his bloodline got very diluted over the course of centuries. Almost entirely human, very little non-human bloodline within their family. But Acelia effectively, and she bore his only son essentially, and that person did raise up and kind of lead Garavon into the combined nation of Oris and Dravier, the nation of Garavon, into sort of rebuilding and growing. And you'll find that the current king of Garavon actually is descended directly from, through a lot of twists and turns and everything else, but it does trace the bloodline back to both the Stanton and Garavon family.
Okay.
We'll mention that the current Duchess of Port Oris of the Northern there is not of their family line. Like essentially, the what became the royal family transferred down to Dravier and left other nobles in charge in other places in there, and so,
Right.
so that's sort of the royal family, the old royal family of Oris became the new royal family of Garavon and relocated down to Dravier. Any other questions, or specifically? I don't think. Okay. All right. So throughout the time researching, looking around, and it takes a pretty good amount of time there, a few hours at least, sort of reading and going through and cross referencing and pulling out books and putting them back and everything. It's. I mean, it gets to be probably late afternoon, about 3 o'clock or so, when you're finally done. When you're finally starting to wrap up and everything. Torben, I mean, after a while, you're sort of yourself lost in books there, but you're all sort of in that paranoid moment of, is there anyone watching? And you don't see anyone specifically watching you, other than like the actual like assistants are always keeping an eye just to see like if you need help, essentially. But you don't see any other people specifically keeping an eye, except for one. There is a young woman who, while she's not ever like staring at you, she's been in the library the entire time you were there. And at least once or other, those of you with the higher insights there are going to see, are going to catch her like watching you guys occasionally.
I'm gonna nod my head toward, not even necessarily towards her by looking at her. I'm actually gonna look a little bit away from her and like do a little thieves' cant and see if there's any response at all.
No,
Nothing.
no recognition.
Yep.
She's a human woman, probably in her early 20s, roughly. Just sort of keeping an eye, and I mean, listen, she's obviously writing things down and reading books and stuff like that. So she's not just like watching you guys, but she's definitely there the whole time you're there. It has been at least a few times you've caught her looking in your direction.
Should we go talk to her?
If you think she has a reason for wanting to talk to us.
She keeps looking at us, and after everything that's happened, I think it might be worth it. Who's going to talk to her?
Is she specifically looking at any one specific person in the group, Torben?
That's a good question. And then I'll look over at Jim.
Okay. I would say in that case, give me an insight check to see if you can kind of determine if she's more interested in someone specific.
Me or Torben?
Torben.
Cool. Because yeah.
Torben's trained at insight. I know that much.
Yeah.
Good. It's sort of you all in general, but probably more at Lucas and Amethyst, because they've been sort of like directed research essentially. They've been, well, you've been sort of like picking out things and reading them more casual like there. Obviously Lucas and Amethyst have been like specifically looking at for specific topics.
Mm-hmm.
So she's definitely watching them a little bit more than the rest of you, but she's actually, as you split up there, she will keep an eye on all of you a little bit here and there. You can see, but
most of them, and I would let Lucas and Amethyst know.
Yeah,
obviously, like they seem to be a little more interested in you. Maybe it's just our paranoid nature after what happened, but it just might not hurt to check.
What did you do?
I think you and I should be the only ones going over there. Leave Lucas and Amethyst alone over here, seeing as how they all think we're dead,
Okay.
and we don't look like us.
You are a better at communicating clearly than I am, so I will let you do most of the talking. But I will be here for, how do they say it? Moral support, and I'll smile.
Yeah, that works. Yeah.
And then I'll just, follow her up there, but not just, we're not like stomping up there, like, because my hood's still down. I'm not like my presence doing too much.
Sure. One thing I would say, something to keep in mind here, Sora, you don't have a hat of disguise. You have a Manatech version that lets you cast disguise self.
Yes.
It only lasts for an hour at a time.
Yeah.
So you are going to run out of time
soon. Yes, I know.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, but like I'm going to play it off like I'm good.
How many charges do you have in that Manatech item?
I don't know. I
disadvantage on a lot of
stuff
on
the item.
Too, so.
I am unaware of how many 3 charges.
3 charges. So you have a total of 3 hours, and you've been in the library for about 3 hours now. So it's about to.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's about to go. Yep, I'm good. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make that clear.
Oh boy. I regret everything.
You'll be fine. I'll be fine. So I'll kind of like wander up to her, kind of place my back against whatever it is that I can lean on, and next to her. You've been staring at my group a little bit longer than I feel comfortable with. Is there something I can help you with?
She actually, weirdly enough, I mean, she doesn't bat an eye that you started talking to her.
Mhm.
Going to see if she like saw you coming or was so obviously she did.
Mhm.
So essentially, as you approach there, she just sort of turns and looks at you. Well, I actually, well, I can see you're not usually the people that are here, and after what happened, I'm wondering if you have anything to do with investigating.
Oh, you're right. We aren't normally here, and I think we've only been here once before. We're from out of town, and and we're really just doing some research on dragons. And I'll show her my book.
And
And
I won't make you make a check because you're not lying or you're not doing anything else right now. So
no, yeah, no.
you're obviously telling the truth right now. So,
Yeah, we're just doing some research on dragons. We saw one on the way in, and it kind of freaked us out a little bit. So we're gonna do some research.
and she just sort of like blinks and let's see, an actual dragon?
You telling people about that?
Yes, they punch very, very hard.
I'm not 1,000% sure it was a real dragon or if it was just a drake, floating through the skies,
Oh,
playing on the lightning. But it was not me, and because my disguise self is about to drop almost any second now,
yeah,
and
pretty much.
yep, and
You-
and like if it doesn't look like me, then it's something more than me. So I'm not sure if it was a drake or a dragon, but it was in the clouds, and I wanted to play with it, and we're trying to figure out where it went, what it
Like,
was doing.
like you? What?
Yeah, and I'll just forcibly drop it at this
Okay.
point.
And she sort of like backs up a little bit. Right. Okay. Definitely not someone I've ever seen in this place before. Wow. You really are from out of town.
Yep, way out of town.
Sure, sure. Um, well, are you looking into what happened then besides doing research, or you sort of just so you saw a dragon or a drake or something, and now you're here in the library. Are you all looking into dragons? Is that what you're all? Because I
No, I'm here about the Raven Queen and just to study up on her
okay, and well,
from the library.
she's
But
in modern, or she's in sort of somewhat modern history, and he's been kind of moving through arcane extraplanar areas.
yeah, because we're trying to connect all of it together to see if, how dragons are here, if they're here, where they went, you know.
Now give
That
me a deception check.
yeah. Deception. I'm not trained in deception. I am trained in persuasion
You know,
and
you could have just
intimidation.
said, I don't know what the others are looking at, but this is what I'm looking at.
Sure.
You're not here. You're reading a book.
Yeah. So you will take note the fact that she is talking to someone over there. Let me just double check something real fast here. Okay. Actually, you'll be rolling that with disadvantage as well because you are still exhausted.
Ah, yes.
So all ability checks.
Which you said deception. There we go.
Yeah.
Disadvantage.
Okay. So I mean, she's sort of like right. Okay. So you're not here to look into what happened to Graven then. Okay. I
Wait,
was
I
hoping.
recognize the name, right?
Oh yeah.
That's the boy that was murdered in the academy.
Mhm. And
Um,
we lost Raven.
yeah, we did. So I
Good.
I do know a little bit about what's going on with him, and we had wanted to do some research into the poor boy, but nobody seems to be wanting to give us any information to help.
Well, I don't know how much there is to tell. I mean, well, I knew him, and he was he was a good student. Kept to himself mostly. He was always kind of muttering to himself, and but he was he was a nice guy. I talked with him a few times. We had some classes together, and then I don't know. Yesterday morning, he was gone.
You know what all he was interested in reading, what his specific
Everything. I
everything.
I don't think I've seen anyone who had quite the ridiculous spread of things he would read and take classes about. I don't even know where to start. It wouldn't
Did
surprise me if you
he
read every book in this place.
did he have a particular knack for a specific type of abilities? Like telepathy or,
No, nothing
talking
like.
to people who he shouldn't be talking to?
I mean, I didn't spend a lot of time with him specifically, and Torben, you can kind of see it wasn't for lack of trying.
Right.
Um, there's definitely the fact that you can see kind of the sadness in her eyes inside of her expression there, and see her voice catches a couple times talking about him, and it's not. It's clear she was a bit broken up there, but um, no, nothing like that. I mean, like I said, he muttered to himself a lot, but I mean, not to people as far as I know. Um,
In
no,
the same
he,
way that Amethyst does.
yeah, kind of, yeah. Um, but
No
he
imaginary
really,
friend.
I mean, we never really had any long conversations or anything. But
Any bit of information
I
would
mean,
help, honestly.
he knew a lot of languages, a lot of languages. I mean, I don't know anyone who spoke as many languages as he did, other than someone who's an actual language professor. I think he would probably would have gone down that road at some point there. As far as I know, I mean, Elven, Dwarven, Gnomish, Halfling, uh, Draconic, even Giant, he knew. And he was. I know he was always reading and studying more. So I don't know. In terms of like what field of study, it was everything. History, arcane, religions, you name it, he studied it, and took classes around it too. I I mean he spent most of his life in classes or in here or
That's
I,
strange. I'm trying to be able to connect him to the person that we're chasing down, and there's just no connection between him and this kid.
you know
Yeah, there
who
is.
did this?
Ish. We have an idea.
Well, I
If
hope
he
you
talks
can.
to himself in the same way that Amethyst does, you can probably guess that he also has the same sort of gift that Amethyst has,
It's
Something similar,
and
yeah.
is another shattered soul that Wraith has harvested.
yeah, but like I'm trying to figure out more information about the kid himself.
Yep. He seems. I mean, like I said he. I mean, I only knew him the last like 6 months or so. I mean, he's been here a student, and we sort of finally. Well, I'd seen him around. I'd heard about the guy that could speak a dozen languages, and so we finally had some classes together about 6 months ago, and um, I I don't know. He was always strange, but I mean, but in a way that most academics would be. I mean, he was some friends of mine and we all thought he might become a priest of Ioun at some point. I mean, anyone who knows that much would kind of gravitate toward that at some point.
Priest.
Well, I mean, I don't know that he would, but I mean, Ioun is the goddess of knowledge, and so she's kind of the patron of this place. And she points to the people in the purple vests, and you guys see the little like kind of little eye kind of emblem on the kind of the shoulder on the left shoulder on all of them. She's sort of the patron of this place, really. I mean, this is
Mhm.
almost her
Right,
temple in a way.
right. I don't follow Ioun, unfortunately.
Well, not everyone does need to, but
Yeah,
people that
yeah.
spend a lot of time in a place like this are kind of close to her in a way.
Yep.
So they know
Well,
her
I
well.
mean, your priestess did, save our butts a couple of days or yesterday, a couple of days ago. Yeah. So,
Yeah, and they're not mine. I'm not an acolyte or anything else. I just again, it's just she's kind of the patron of libraries and knowledge and such. So, spend a lot of time in a place like this, you kind of in some
Mhm.
way you're kind of close to her.
Okay. Well, just wanted to check in, and don't worry, we'll find the person who did it.
Ask her where
And
all the stuff went.
what?
They took all his stuff out of his room, didn't they?
Uh,
We could
yeah.
maybe try to find out where that went.
Oh, I
Ooh.
assume it would have been collected and either sent to his family. I don't know much about his family or anything, but or at least just kind of held somewhere. So, I mean, the room will eventually be given to someone else, I assume. But uh, I think that there's, I mean,
That happened 2 days ago, right, Jim?
yeah, at this point it would be 2 days ago. Yeah,
Would he have gotten it back to his family yet at this point? I'm just thinking logistically.
it's possible. I mean, if he's from, well, you had heard that he was from here.
Okay.
At least one person mentioned that he was from Dravier.
Well, all right. Well, thank you for all of your help.
Of
I'm
course.
gonna see if we can gather any more information that we might need, and then we'll be on our way.
By the way, what's his name? Pointing to Lucas.
I didn't never given a different name to call him, so name's Lucas.
Oh, okay. I mean, he's a good-looking half elf, so
Yeah.
who's obviously into books and stuff. So the book nerd, like part of the reason why she's looking in his direction a lot as well.
We have a lot of book
Mhm.
nerds in the party. Did you notice?
Yeah,
Mhm.
staring at Lucas like is a
Yes,
okay,
yeah,
okay,
potentially. So you
okay.
kind of I mean, she doesn't like full on blush or anything like that, but you kind of get the impression. And Torben, yeah, you kind of the same thing of like, oh, that makes sense why she's at least why she'd be staring at Lucas for that matter. But yeah,
He's going to be a bard with a woman in every city, isn't he?
I mean,
He
What
has
kind of bard
11.
doesn't have a
that's
woman
up
in
to
every
him.
city?
I mean, he's not kind of digging that route, but it's I don't know that he has anyone waiting for him back in an old Karoon. I don't. That wasn't established. So you tell me.
Yeah,
We
but he's
kind
got someone in Port Taurus, so no,
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah. We kind of called her the girlfriend of Portoris, didn't we?
you
We never
smart.
officially heard.
Yeah. Lucas hasn't hit on anyone else. I mean, that's
Yeah. All
so.
right.
All right. Well, I, uh, good luck and yeah, hope you do find him and stop him whenever or if he did hurt him. Um, Raven didn't deserve that. He was a good person.
Sure was. Sure was. From what I'm told, and then I'll head over.
Sure.
One more question.
Yes, and
You
she kind of
come
looks up
here.
at you, seeing that, like looking into your hood. Oh,
Yep. I, after talking to her, actually will like lift my hood up a little bit, not all the
okay.
way off, but like lift so she can actually see my face. And how many books are we allowed checking out at one time at this library?
Oh, usually, you don't check out books here. This is a place to do research
That's
and
disappointing.
now, I mean, if you're a student and you can potentially have books in your room and bring them back, but you can't really bring them off premises because they belong to the library. So
Okay.
we read them here or take them back to our rooms or classes if we need to. So, are you going to be a student here?
I one day, I would very, very much like to be. Um, when we're done doing what we're doing, um, I think this is where might want my home to be. Have you been to Off the Clock?
I don't think I have.
Go there one day.
Oh.
It's nice there. Everywhere I've been here is very nice. Minus a couple of the residents, but hopefully they won't be around much longer, and he'll kind of laugh nervously at that.
Okay. Well, I don't know that I've heard of it, so I'll have to ask around about it. I don't go very far from the academy here. We tend
That's a
to
good
stay
idea for the
close.
most part. But
And
they
there's a lot of places where students can go to hang out. There's a lot of different cafes and stuff where we go to. So,
because I
but
believe you and I are
yeah.
about the same age. I'm 23.
Oh, I'm 22.
Well,
Just sort of just kind of glances at you and just. I mean,
Torben has no game, so he's just like, yeah, okay, cool. And
she doesn't really either. She's sort of got that book nerdy.
She's not trying to, yeah.
Okay. Right. Well, it's nice talking to you.
Yes.
I guess I should get off to class pretty soon here. So, I've been here a little longer than I probably should have been. But nice to meet you and you, dragon person. And she gathers her stuff up and heads on out.
Trogdor.
You see, she will head out and then turn, basically head straight over to the dorm areas. I mean, if you follow her there, she doesn't leave the building. She literally goes out of the library, across like the reception area, kind of that around and off to the dorm areas. All right.
Doesn't seem weird at all.
Not at all.
I kind of think she's all right. But still, we didn't give her any information or anything really enough to.
No, just look at his name.
Who said names?
She asked for Lucas's name, and she gave it to her. Like, don't ever give names out.
That's one of the parts where I was disconnected.
Say, hey, what's his name?
Mm-hmm. So you find anything? Sora has exhaustion going right now.
Yep. So.
Well, I'm gonna shake her.
You drank a crap load of coffee. You're fine.
Yeah, I mean, you guys wouldn't have overheard or anything else. It is a library and it's a big place, so unless you went to go eavesdrop, then you wouldn't have known what she said.
I mean, I heard her, but even
you heard it, yeah. Torben just kind of like
wouldn't have made a big deal about it because he knows we're trying to keep that, but he didn't really get a sense of like he's not quite that paranoid as like every single person that does it, so he wouldn't even mention it to her.
Yeah, she seems like a young woman who's a student. I mean, it's nothing about the vibe she gave off was threatening or suspicious or anything else specifically, other than the fact that she was interested. But seeing like having the insight check that you did, you can suspect why she's interested. It's not so much a sinister thing. It's.
But even so,
sure, of course,
we're meant to be highly paranoid right now and highly suspicious of everything and everyone. So, no.
And right now, Sora is too tired to remember anything. So.
Including the disguise at this point, as you all see that Sora is no longer disguised.
Yeah, I'm not disguised anymore. Mm-mm.
Lucas is going to see if he can find anything about Zathor or shadow demons in general. So.
Sure, I'll give me research check on that one.
And Torben just like reading through it.
I would say either Arcana or History, whichever we want to use there.
I can't literally. I've opened several pages of the World Anvil. Right, One of them Fragments of the Past. One of them Black Book. One of them Coins of the Dark King. And I'm reading about different things that I can ask you. And every time it's like
sure. So not a lot. I mean, Zathor. You don't find any reference to Zathor in general. You do find references to shadow demons. And the fact that shadow demons are one of the few demons that aren't usually found in the actual abyss. They're often found in Shadowfell, because their connection to shadows, which are undead. So while they are not in the abyss, they're more often found in Shadowfell itself. So they have more of a connection to undead than they do to demon kind. definitely. They actually, it said that they can actually create shadows by killing people and sort of pulling their souls out of them and leaving behind a shadow dusk.
Ew.
So being killed by a shadow demon will often turn you into a shadow, as well as shadows can make shadows as well. But nothing specific about an entity known as Zathor.
We do believe that Zathor is the entity that is connected to Wraith via his
That's what
coin,
you were.
don't we?
That's what you were told by Lucia.
Yeah.
She named it. Yeah.
The other thing is, can I find any reference to the Dark King connected to a Balor?
Mm.
There is sort of reference it. So effectively, that one I want to make you roll for, because part of the thing that let the Dark King take over and rule Dravier was some of his servants, and one of them was this massive demonic thing that would just suddenly appear. Like he would just be if anyone tried to threaten him or any encounters he had with other like wizards or people that would try to stand up to him in any way, there would just suddenly be a Balor, a massive demonic creature there that would just strike them down or basically attack. And it was obvious any descriptions of it was distinct from Trexiarch, who was a pit fiend. In descriptions of those interactions, that this sort of enforcer would show up for the Dark King and strike anyone down there. The descriptions are coincide with the Balor. Just a massive demonic creature that would just strike anything down. And just the all accounts was that it would just suddenly be there. He wouldn't summon it. He wouldn't like have to do any casting or anything else like that. This thing would just appear. Go ahead and give me one more check to see any more details about that, so you can get a better roll.
Arcana.
Arcana's fine, yeah.
Can I assist him?
Oh, finally. Decent roll.
Yeah. I mean, you could, but he'll get the information he needs. In this case, yes. So what you realize is the fact that if a Balor is to the coins allow essentially. So if the Dark King had somebody with a coin there, he could just manifest the demon's powers, or in some cases, maybe even manifest the demon itself. Lucia sort of appeared, sort of taking over Trevor when Trevor talked to you guys. When Lucia talked to you through Trevor that one time. So it's very possible that someone who was connected in a deep way with the entity of that coin could just suddenly become that thing. You also got sort of that impression with the fact that in the vision you guys had, the dream that you had, Lucia's dream, that you sort of saw the demonic forms imposed over a human, over a mortal form. You all sort of saw those things over top of it. So similar to that of like the thing just appears essentially out of like this person who was standing behind the Dark King suddenly becomes a Balor and strikes somebody down. So that may be you assume that would be sort of an ability of the coin bearers. Lucia also mentioned to you guys the fact that some of the coin bearers were more in sync with the entities of the coin, and some of them were actually controlled by the entity itself. Like they didn't have a say in what they did. They were just a host to that thing. So that again would essentially allow a demon essentially to hide in mortal form.
See, part of me does worry that that's what's happening with Wraith. Part of me does worry that killing Wraith won't really do anything. and that he might even be innocent in all this. Probably not, from what Kiva said, but I do worry. I do worry that it could have been any one of us that got hold of the coin to try and get a bit of power and ended up, being
What
a
you saw,
demon
what you saw with
snitch.
Lucia, I would say that the fact that, I mean, she sort of offered up power, and like any sort of like offering like that, it can grow into something more and more. So,
Yeah.
although she seemed to work differently than some of the other ones might, since she was more of a like more of a give and take kind of relationship that she would want to have, where others might just
Yeah.
dominate.
But like with Rafe, I know that he was desperate, and I know that he was highly paranoid, and I know that he wanted more power so that he could stop, the spies from knowing what was going on with him and everything.
Mhm.
And so he got more and more secretive and tried to get more and more power. And then maybe the demon did take over, and it isn't actually him; it's just him acting on what the demon is making him do. I mean, it's difficult. We don't know, do we? I mean, there's no way of knowing. So
Won't know
I
till
do
we go up
worry.
against him.
I do worry that it is that, because part of Amethyst doesn't actually want him dead, because it would be like killing Elia or Kiva or any of us, because we're all connected. And having felt when somebody from a different group has been killed or has died, it makes me worry how it's going to feel when it's one of our group. And that's quite scary in a way.
I read a book once.
Really? Good job.
I've read lots of books.
No, sorry, carry on.
Lots and lots of books, actually. But something occurred to me. We're planning for this big battle, right? That's inevitably going to happen. I counted, and Jim,
Mm-hmm.
roughly on that ship, how many, from what we can tell, how many goblins were on that ship, roughly, with all the barracks and stuff like that. Assuming there's like 2 per or 3 per,
Sure.
whatever, Do we have a good count on how many there are?
There were probably 12.
Okay, so knowing that I would know that, why?
You know that three are dead.
Right.
So there'd be 9 left.
9 left.
Potentially.
Why face them all at once? They're goblins. They don't blend in all that well. They're somewhere in the city for sure or nearby. They're definitely not on the ship. Let's kill them one by one and leave Wayland the last.
Right.
Great, Scott! Oh my god! It's the first time I've done it.
I know, it's okay. It's okay. We're good.
3 hours and 13 minutes.
Okay.
Break like 7 times today. But anyway, the plan. Why don't we take that monk out, for example? I know a couple of us would love a piece of that. And then we could do it quietly. And maybe I should have reworded that first part.
I want checks, sir.
No, go on then. Tell us where they are and we'll go out and get them.
Who knows where they are? Do you?
Exactly. We don't know.
We can find out. We got a couple of perceptive people in here. It shouldn't be too hard. It's not like it's a massive city or anything. It's
not like this capital city of the area.
I know.
Not massive city, only the largest city in the world right now. Well, yeah, roughly, yeah.
But my point is, we're going to have to find them eventually. Or it's either that, or Wraith is going to come find us. Specifically Amethyst. Because while he thinks some of us are dead, he would know if she was.
I'm slightly concerned with just asking around, trying to figure out where Wraith is specifically.
It's not so much Wraith. We don't have to mention him by name, but the goblins themselves.
Well, like, what are you gonna do? Walk around the city and going, "Hey, have you seen a bunch of goblins running around?"
Kind of. Look on help boards. Someone has seen them. I guarantee it. I guarantee somebody has seen goblins in the city. We don't have to go to multiple. We go to a source that's a demographic that would have been looking for them, such as guards or something like that. Or we can go on the help boards and see if there's anything wanted. They're going to be keeping a low profile, so I don't see them doing bad things in the city as of yet.
Yeah, okay.
To make a big thing, but obviously, they've already murdered the boy, so there might be someone looking for them now. We could talk to them and take them out one by one, working our way down to Wraith. It's just an idea, guys. Like if we think this is a bad idea, then it very well might be. But I just think it's better than waiting for Wraith to come to us.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We're gonna kill them. We're gonna take them out, and hopefully it won't all be at the same time. But right now we don't know where they are. And go on, sorry, Jay.
I was going to say, one thing, essentially, I mean, one resource there. I mean, obviously, Torben,
That's exactly what I was. You know what I'm.
Is the syndicate. I mean, the syndicate's
exactly
keeping eyes out and does that. So, what you would know is that in a place like this, if you didn't want to be seen, putting your cloak up and sticking to the shadows, not hard to do.
Right.
They're probably not going to run through the city as a pack of 9 people. Exactly. They're going to spread out and kind of do their own thing. So, seeing short people in cloaks, I mean, they're not going to be running around with their hoods down, like, "Hey, look at me, I'm a goblin," in broad daylight. They're going to go at night. They're going to keep their cloaks up. They're going to be staying out of sight. So, for the most part, as thinking about it, is that spotting 9 goblins in a city of 100,000. It's like
Needle in a haystack.
Yeah, I mean, unless they do something crazy to make themselves known, like they were spotted during the attack against you, but then they spread out and got lost somewhere in the city after the attack. So, a general direction they went northeast, but other than that, they managed to blend in. So to find more information, well, there's some other options you may have. So,
Lucas, did you find the information you were looking for about what?
Not particularly. A bit more information, but not specific. I did have a thought about things though. When we were in the dream, we saw in the form of the Balor, it was a high elf, wasn't it? There's a good chance that
I
high
believe
elf
so.
is still around, possibly even the same one with the coin.
You think that the high elf is around this city?
No, I mean he's still alive. They don't live that long.
Wasn't the monk an elf?
The monk's human.
Human. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sora knows all about that stupid monk. She's got his ticket. Yeah, well, I mean, so what direction does that put us in? Do we want to go chasing after Wraith, or do we want to go chasing after the high elf?
Well, we have to focus on Wraith at the moment. But it's just something to bear in mind that high elf may still be alive and still be around somewhere with the coin.
Yeah, okay. Do we have an idea of what that high elf's name is?
There's been no mention of it so far.
Did we get a good look at him? Or was it just the form?
Yeah, pretty interesting. You kind of saw him like inside the image of the other one, so enough that you could tell by the build and kind of the longer ears, and the fact that they didn't have darker skin or anything else like that. So high elf would be the most. Just the kind of the build and the ears, you could definitely tell high elf. But other than that, it was shrouded by the form of the Baylor.
I've always hated high elves.
Your name makes you like. Don't say tabaxi. It doesn't count.
Goblin.
Huh?
Oh, goblins are her favorite.
No, she's test goblins. Gnomes.
No,
Gnomes are her
not.
favorite.
No.
All right. Like, are we done in the library then? Is what I'm asking. Like, can we not be here? It's so boring being in a library.
I think
Books give me no entertainment whatsoever.
try reading one. You will.
I
Oh,
did.
that sounded like an insult. And I'll tell you, that does not. That you
No,
know.
no,
Yeah.
no,
I
you're
didn't
fine.
mean it like that.
No, like that's Sora's thing. Like, she doesn't read books, and she'll show you the dragon book she was reading that you can tell she just literally skimmed over very quickly. Like, flip the pages,
We
and
have
that was
dragon
done.
books at the house.
Sora, next time we go to a library, we'll leave you at home with Alden, okay?
No, because he'll be here, and he's weird. He'll make me do stuff.
Torben just looking at Sora,
Oh, dear.
completely flabbergasted of like, how can you not like books? Because he just doesn't get that concept.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, no, Haldon will make me do stuff that isn't, taking my hammer and hitting things and smashing them.
Seb,
You'll
has,
know-
entered,
I have
Seb
to be
has entered the chat.
super careful.
You will have noticed that a lot of the assistants and everything else are kind of like wide-eyed looking at the blue dragonkin that's in the library now. The fact that this person didn't enter the library, and now they're there.
Yeah. I'm all
And
magical.
if you disguise any equipment, you're also having like this big old hammer and a shield and plate armor and.
I do. It's all blue because I'm the
Exactly,
blue
it's all-
paladin.
Yes. So there's like a couple of like, where'd that person come from?
Can we go now?
I'm just
Please.
gonna jump on Sora's back and let her give me a piggyback. And I'm gonna
Okay.
do like a monkey scrub on the top
I
of
got
her head
next.
as well.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
You-
Let's go.
It's my turn.
Out of the library, back out of the academy, out into the streets of Dravier. And what are you thinking now?
Back to the ship
Okay.
initially.
Go ahead and give me one round of perception checks leaving the place.
No, I refuse.
I know.
My
You have disadvantage anyway. You're just sort of like,
I know. So
Wow. Okay.
Uh-oh. Remind me to go back to the library after I leave, or before we leave the city.
why would you want to go back there at 14, Jen?
And he'll hold up one of the Raven Queen books, seeing he forgot to return it.
It's still better than mine, Sora.
Are we all rolling perception?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Oh man.
I like rolling things I'm good at, which is pretty much everything. Nope, not that though. But yeah.
Okay. So I was wow, Sora with disadvantage still got the highest roll in the party. Amazing. So I mean, this you're kind of still on Sora's back there, so you're kind of looking around this giant like dragonkin head. So you got hard to see much around there. Lucas, you kind of running through a million things in your head there. Torben, kind of the same thing of like you realize like the book. Oh no! And
I'll give it back. I'm just borrowing this. It's kind of my thing. I didn't take it on purpose, and he didn't. By the way, he didn't.
Okay.
Like, just kind of slipped his mind. But he's like, while he's got it, and then he starts reading it while he's
Sure.
walking. Kind of like looking
So-
over his shoulder though too at the same time. But yeah.
Sure. Sora, you will, at the very least, then, you will take note, leaving the place, that there are a few more guards around the academy. There's definitely a guard presence around the academy, like city guard kind of thing.
More than
But-
when we went in?
No. It's just,
Okay.
you don't take note of them. That leaving the place, you realize, oh, this place actually does have some security around it there, posted. And it's more along the lines. You can kind of see that they're not like posted up at the doors or anything else. They're kind of posted at places around the neighborhood, essentially. And just by the fact that of their presence, anyway, they're definitely watching the building. And so they obviously take note of you guys. Don't seem to harass you or don't pay you any notice for anything else specifically, other than to just you notice them taking note of you. Not in a way that they're like, oh, we need to stop these guys. More just like, huh, all right.
Weird Dragonborn walks out of a yeah.
Yeah.
With a
With a
tabaxi on her back.
well, with a human looking person on their back there and a half elf and a
yeah.
cloaked up
Yeah.
Individual, sneaky looking
All
person.
right.
So
dock number 4.
Yep, you guys head on back there again. You don't take note of, so I will say that the guard presence is also not more pronounced than last night, but it's still pronounced in the military slash noble district in Dock 5 area. But head over to Dock 4 and you guys are able to head back to the ship. Again, at this point you'll see Jameer is actually sitting up in the crow's nest as you approach there, keeping an eye out up there. Both the captain and his wife are kind of on deck, just sort of talking and obviously paying attention.
I have a weird suggestion, guys, and it might not be what y'all want to do, and that's fine. But maybe we should not be here tonight. Maybe we should take the ship and go someplace else.
Okay. What are you thinking?
I am thinking, like, he doesn't have a ship to leave, right? So he's either he's either going to steal a ship, try and take our ship, or he's going to stay here in the city and cause more trouble. I'm not saying we leave the city completely, maybe just the docks area. And if trouble happens, we can get down there quickly and help if needed.
I mean, we can just fly over and just land in the middle of the ocean somewhere. So, or the lake. I mean.
The lake.
Yeah, the lake.
Well, that's what I meant.
Yep. Yeah, it wouldn't be that hard to do.
Like just a way.
Do you have Kiva's? Can you contact Kiva?
She's still. I've tried. She's still asleep.
Maybe I have a question.
What's it now?
Sora?
She's still unconscious.
Yeah. Yes, but give me I guess be a perception check. Okay. It feels a little bit different. Like you can't get through. It's still sort of that static there, but with the perception there, it's more like she's being kept unconscious now. She should have woken up by now.
Yeah.
So at this point, you kind of get the impression that they're keeping her unconscious, or something is keeping her unconscious.
What was your question, Tori? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go on.
Oh, what I was going to say. No, just finish up if there's something else, and then it's a small thing. Okay. When we go on the ship with the water, can you show me how to fish?
Yeah, of course.
I've never done that before.
Of course, I fish a little differently than normal people fish, but
I don't like those rods.
She puts her face in the water and grabs the fish in her mouth. That's how she fishes.
Yep, most definitely. I sure do.
Even better if enough fish get close, you just like breathe lightning into the water. And
lightning. We have like a bunch of fish. Yeah.
Crocodiles, and you throw the thing of dynamite in there. And
to be fair, raccoons probably do that too. So,
but I do have this tackle and bait stuff that you could use, and I can teach you ish. But normally
my way, but maybe you could be there like I was for you, like with more support. Like, and I'll pop out a dagger and throw it like towards the water, and just watch it disappear, like that.
Okay, but like you don't get that back, so
I don't need them. I can keep doing that.
Okay.
Can I try to connect with Ray?
You can. Give me a charisma check.
And you thought giving names was a bad idea.
Yeah. No, it's not. That was a DC. So, amethyst, you after trying to reach out to Kiva and feeling that like interference essentially, which is kind of as it feels there, you you shift and focus on Wraith. And okay. When you do, you will see an odd sight. He is standing in a large room, huge, like 40 feet across, 100 feet long, super high ceilings. You're not sure what this place is. But give me a perception check to see what kind of details you notice as he's just to see any specific details beyond that. Okay. So
Nice.
first thing you'll see is he's standing there at sort of obviously toward the end of this long room, a long space there. And a couple things. First and foremost, you see there is a pedestal of some kind, some sort of an oddly shaped pedestal. And on either side of that pedestal is a stone slab. On one of those slabs is the sleeping, especially seemingly sleeping body of Kiva. On the pedestal, in between the two stone slabs, is a large black gem.
I think I know what that is.
Standing a black diamond, specifically, by the look of it. You will see, right, basically the position is he's standing still, kind of looking there. The dark-haired priestess is standing there at the gem, obviously casting something over the gem. He sort of like is watching it somewhat intently, but also you see his attention wavers a little bit, and he sort of looks across. And at the far end of the room, it's a massive 30 foot tall ceilings there, long, wide space there. There's a set of like almost like wooden scaffolding almost, and just barely you can see at the top of that scaffolding in a open space is a large telescope. And you can see some figures just barely. It's a ways off there. It is daylight, obviously here, but the chamber is somewhat lit. There's various lights here, and there's some natural light coming in through windows and such. But you will see a number of figures moving around. Obviously, many of them goblins. Moving around the space. At that point, give me a wisdom save. As you watch and taking all this in very quickly, just kind of cataloging everything, like almost like you're seeing that and everything that's there, and so focused on the what you see there, you don't quite see the darkness sort of creeping in around the edges of the vision you're having. And as you take note, you see Wraith sort of like shake his head a little bit there and kind of glance off to the side, kind of back off to his right. Is that human, the monk, essentially standing off to his right there, kind of back there, and you see it's not very far from the back wall of this chamber, over on the right side of this large. There's a massive double set of doors. It's embedded in the wall over there. And as you're kind of like seeing all that, you just hear as the darkness sort of like pushes in a little bit, and you just hear oh, there you are. I knew it would happen sooner or later. And you feel yourself shoved, the presence there, the darkness sort of like pulls over your sight entirely, just blanks it out. And at that point, you obviously can. You've been discovered. Do you sever the connection or try to get any more information?
I can't see anymore, can I? So,
He's still here.
all right, I'll stay a minute.
Okay.
This is a mistake.
In that case, you will. Let's see. It would be 13 psychic damage, but obviously halved because so 6 damage to you. As sort of the blackness kind of stabs into it's almost like dark spikes are shooting into your eyes as you're kind of looking there. But you hear a low sort of murmured chanting. And what language do you speak? I have right here.
Common, Gnomish, Halfling, and Sylvan.
Okay. A language you don't recognize per se, but definitely it's something evil sounding. Infernal, abyssal, something. You can't make out the words, but you've heard others kind of use the language a little bit here and there. And it's sort of a low chant in something that's either abyssal or infernal. And one word sort of it's almost like when you hear someone speaking a foreign language there, but one word comes through in English. Like the word doesn't translate, so they just use the real word. And the word is the word is soul.
Okay.
And as that is spoken, you feel because you're all your senses are wrapped into this vision right now.
Mm-hmm.
You feel sort of a coldness drawn out of you. Can't see it, but you feel a measure of cold energy being drawn away from Wraith's body.
Into mine?
Nope.
Okay,
Just
just
away from Wraith. You said you're sensing what Wraith is sensing there, so you feel that sort of that coldness drawn away from his body.
Okay.
Do you hold on for any more time? You can kind of feel that pressure pushing in on you, and Wraith actually kind of gives off a little bit of a shuddering gasp, a little just as that coldness is drawn from him.
Mm-hmm. I'll stay.
Okay. We're still going to need one more, aren't we? And you basically hear another voice. The first, I don't think you've ever heard the other voice before, but you actually hear another voice say, "Yes, 8 is all we need." And give me an insight check with disadvantage. Um, the voice is extremely cold. You take 10 psychic damage this time as the pressure is just pushing into you, trying to force you out, but you manage to keep the connection there. You can almost visualize these black spikes kind of pushing into your mind. While you can't see anything specific because it's all darkness there, you can just feel that pressure and that piercing sensation pushing into your mind as you're trying to continue to hold on. But you realize the second voice does not sound human. It is not the sound a human makes. You're hearing Zathor's voice.
Okay. And what does Wraith sound like? Does he sound like he's in distress?
He sounds angry. He's a bit of a shuddering gasp a little bit as that energy is drawn from him. The voice is a little bit strained, maybe, when he asks about that we only need 8.
Okay. I'm starting to feel bad for the guy. This is ridiculous.
You know, quick count that Kiva
7
would
already.
make Kiva would make 7.
Okay.
He has 6.
I thought he had taken 7. Is it 6?
Sorry, no. Yes. So Kiva would make 8.
Yeah. Okay. Fuck.
At that point, I'm just going to say the spikes kind of just blast into you with that last bit of energy there, and you just feel yourself forced away from it.
Mhm.
You can try to push through, but you're taking quite a. You realize
No.
the pain is becoming a lot, and at least Zathor, at the very least, is aware of your presence.
Mhm. Yeah, I'll leave.
Okay. So you all see kind of Amethyst. Like, I would say you saw twice of the twinge and then an actual like wince of pain during the time that she's sort of been away. It's only been, watching her, it was only about maybe 15, 20 seconds. It wasn't a lot of time. And then her eyes snap open and you see looking around.
Dude, are you okay?
That hurt. No.
Okay, what's up?
Wraith's taken 7 already, and Kiva would make 8, and they just need 8. That's all they need. Pretty sure I just heard Zathor, and I'm not convinced that Wraith is entirely happy about the situation that he's in right now.
Why wouldn't he be?
I'm pretty sure Zathor is the one in control.
Like a patron, right?
Yeah, but a very horrible, manipulative, evil, making him do stuff he perhaps doesn't actually necessarily want to do. I don't know, but I do.
Something about that?
I hope so. I hope what we did with
But
Lucia
either
we
way,
can do with
even if we
Zathor.
free him, we can't just let him be on his merry way. Of course, but
Well, if we free him, and he is on this plane, we would have to kill him. I mean, Lucia wasn't on this plane. She was freed from the coin and was back on her own plane. That's why
No, she had to be banished.
Yep.
Yeah.
well,
Eldon banished her.
this isn't a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
However, one thing has been taken off the table to our benefit.
What?
He's very unlikely after you anymore. So that's one less worry, but now we're still on the hunt for him, so that doesn't
But if he might not actually want to kill Kiva, he might. I mean, why is she alive? There must be a reason why she's alive still.
Was she okay when you seen her?
She's unconscious. She's lying on a stone slab.
Sleeping or
like... Does it look like an observatory or something, Jim, that she's in?
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like they're in some sort of observatory.
Okay, well, let's ask around the city or just explore ourselves to see if there's a building like that.
Yeah.
We're obviously not going to go in there right now or anything, but at least we know where he might be. There's only so many buildings in the city, I'm sure. I can get around pretty quickly, as most of us can.
Just ask the syndicate.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. But also, he's probably expecting us now.
Right, we know he's expecting us. That's not the problem.
Wait, is he expecting us, though? Aren't most of us still...
I mean, most of you probably... You might think that most of you are still dead, I guess.
Still dead, and you wouldn't really... I don't think he's too worried about you anymore.
Probably not.
So he's making a mistake right there. He should definitely be worried about you. and all of us.
Did you tell us everything that you saw?
I didn't turn.
Yeah.
You didn't see Trexer.
Couldn't quite. You did not see him specifically, no. You saw a number of goblins running around, but there was also that far into the room you couldn't really see clearly. I mean, it was like it was over 100 feet away, and it wasn't super well lit. So
I'm going to try and scry on Trexer.
okay,
Mm.
that is a wisdom saving throw. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Oh, God, if we could take him out before we get to Wraith, that would be amazing.
Not enough. So your vision sort of like expands out and sort of contracts in as you sort of like see almost like a super fast zooming effect of where he is, and you will see a similar description to what Amethyst said, but from a different angle. You will see essentially a large metal tube-like thing, a telescope, kind of up behind, essentially up to the left of him there, and basically you just kind of see the arms crossed. It's almost like you're looking down at him from just over his right shoulder there, and just seeing him sort of like leaned up against a wall, arms crossed, rifle laying across his lap, and he's sort of looking out across this massive chamber, and on some sort of a wooden scaffolding looking thing. So you see basically kind of the opposite end of the view there. Just barely in the distance there, you can see some goblins kind of milling around, just some of them kind of tussling with each other, or almost kind of sparring a little bit, and a little spot over on the left there, we have sort of a cooking area has been set up there, and a little table has been set up, like almost like a makeshift kitchen in a way. And you'll spot one of the goblins down by the kitchen area there. He kind of glancing down that direction there, kind of following that point of view a little bit there. One of the goblins there running around with kind of more feminine looking, with kind of a shock of purple hair.
If I look behind, can you see outside from?
Give me a perception check to see what kind of view you can get there. Kind of just manipulating the view. Okay. You can't quite pull out away from him, out through the wall, essentially, but you can sort of get a little bit of view through some sort of. I would say the 25. This will be kind of. There are some windows, and it is daylight, and you can see some windows, some light kind of coming in. They're heavy shutters that can be pulled down, obviously, but they are open, and you can have a little bit of a breeze, and see almost a lot of trees and forest. You don't see buildings. You see a lot of trees and 25. Yeah, you see sort of a little bit of a almost like a dirt or kind of partially overgrown road that. Actually, no. From this angle, you wouldn't see the road. You see sort of a ground clearing around around the building or so. From this angle, you wouldn't see the road, but
Can't see any buildings in the distance.
there are no buildings surrounding the place that you can see.
Do I think it's still in the city though, or is it outside the city?
Say you can't like it's with a 25. Yeah, you definitely don't smell the smells of a city. I mean, even though this is an industrialized city, there's still going to be like wood smoke and things like that there that you kind of pick up, and just the press of people and everything else. And you don't get a lot of that smell. You really smell through scrying, but I'm gonna say it anyway. You do get a little bit of sound as well, so you just kind of, but you don't hear the sound of people or wagons or horses or anything else on roads or anything. You definitely don't spot any of that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, if they're left
So
on
you can
top, they
confirm that
can't
he
have got
is.
too far.
You confirm that he's in the same place.
Yeah.
Just wasn't visible from the far end there. I'll just kind of put it just to make sure you remember here the fact that you have the offer of the Heroes Feast if you're planning to do something like that. You'd also have obviously Lecter that you can send to, and you would assume that if there's an observatory somewhere in the area, they could have gotten to on foot. That likely the cleric of the goddess of knowledge would probably know where that place is.
Mhm.
Potentially.
Yeah. So do send-ins to Lecter and
Yeah.
the goddess, the priestess.
Yeah. Melina is able to. Lecter would basically say, I'm just going to put it out there. Badge. Yeah. There's a couple of buildings that size that are kind of on the outskirts. Telescope, though, probably there is an observatory. And you'll spot, and they'll say, yeah, it's up on a hillside northeast of the city. And Melina will confirm this, that there is an observatory here, the top of this hill. There's an observatory there, owned by one of the wealthier, wealthier families. Have been here for quite a long time. He also has a number of organizations throughout the city, charitable organizations and such.
Is it our friend that we saved?
Cool. Yes, his family owns that, or I'd say his group owns that place. It's been deserted. As far as I know, he doesn't. It's not really in use specifically. There's been talk about refurbishing it and putting it to use. Would like to meet somewhere for that? Are you preparing for a confrontation of some kind? Would like to meet somewhere and partake of the feast?
Yeah. Is everyone ready? What about Eldon? Is Eldon?
I'm a few spell slots down and kind of a few hit points down, and
Well, you can get
Your
healed.
hit points. Here, you can have.
Well, I would say this: you're about to go meet a high level cleric. She can heal your hit points.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't worry about
Yeah.
wasting anyone else wasting spell slots.
I've used
Oh.
both my 5th level spell slots,
We don't have even a spell slot, but yeah, you know.
and
Yeah.
I need.
It's a resource you don't need to use this time.
Can we not rest first? Is that not a thing?
We're gonna rest when
yep.
we eat the hero's feast.
You absolutely could.
Yeah, but that's an hour. It takes an hour to partake of a hero's feast, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. You don't get spell slots back when you rest.
Not
Huh?
short rest.
Not
No.
a short rest.
Short rest. Okay.
Nope, not unless it's wraith.
And warlocks do, and wizards can get part of theirs
yeah, some
back.
of their yeah.
Well, Sora needs a nap. And Sora's gonna go, and wherever it is that we stop after we eat, she's gonna lay down and take a nap regardless.
Okay.
I
Is
think we should
Eldon?
rest and do it in the morning.
What about? I thought. Okay, but
What?
Kiva's life's in the balance at the moment. If he only needs one more soul, and he's got Kiva.
I don't think us rushing in right now is a good idea. We've already done that once.
Well, this time he's not expecting us. This technically this would be our best shot, but I do agree though we're not completely equipped right now. I personally am. I know some of us do need rest. So, but maybe Amethyst could um, um, take a nap with us and then make sure he's still there when she wakes up, and then we can decide what to do from there.
It's fine. We can just go now.
Or we could
Okay.
take this guy out right now.
I just don't have either of my 5th level spells. Wait. Oh no, I've only used one of them, haven't I? Because the other one was last night when we were checking this ship.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Okay. Alright. I can deal with that. Let's go.
Okay. All right. So, we will go ahead and convene a place to meet. So I would just say this. Do you want to have Melina come to you or meet her somewhere specifically, or what would you like to do there?
I think that we should probably go to her. She's surrounded by guards of the city and people to protect her.
Okay. Well,
If we take her out of that place, they won't have that.
well, let's do this. We will plan then for the assault on Wraith next time we meet in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to think about some other approaches, or where you want to meet with her, or have her meet you, whatever you want to do there, we'll have that be part of the planning. And anything else you want to do, I really hope we'll have Eldon then. I'm hoping he'll be back with us by then.
Mhm.
If not, then we'll see maybe something else we can do. But at the very least, you guys got a lot of information. Got some of the pieces into place here. You have a location, and when we meet next time, it'll be a time to go after the guy that's been such a pain in your sides for so long now.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Yeah.
Heroes Feast give temporary hit points.
It does well as well. Yes,
It does,
Do they
yes.
stack?
Yeah.
Do they stack with Locuses?
it would not.
No.
No.
Okay.
So yeah.
Damn it.
But they
Sorry.
do stack with aid. So before we march off to do anything, Sora wants to do an aid spell.
So wants to give us all aids. That's all
Yep.
we're saying.
So when we meet next time, we'll put those pieces into place there. If there's anything you want to think about in terms of planning or tactics you want to try to set up there to start off with there, think about the next couple weeks as well. You pretty much have, at the very least, you have travel time plus an hour, whatever you're doing here, because an hour to do the Heroes Feast, and then whatever time it's going to take you to get to the location. But when we get together next time, we will be setting off on this just a little bit of a battle.
It's also 2 days after my birthday, so that's like, yay, birthday present.
Excellent.
Mhm.
Just
Unless I die, and then you ruin my birthday.
You're not going to.
Was it Rob?
aside, Heroes Feast doesn't give temporary hit points. It increases your maximum hit
Increases max. It does. Yes, that's
Yeah,
right.
it does stack with Locuses.
points. It will
It
stack
doesn't
then.
stack. It might not stack with aid. Well,
Aid won't work. Correct.
I'll read up on that. It might. I'll read up on that. 'Cause I know temporaries don't stack, but increasing maximum might. I'll research that and double check that for sure. But
Okay.
regardless, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching out there. Thank you for hanging out with us. We've got some big stuff ahead, obviously, and had a lot of recovery and information gathering to do to lead into this next part here. So, thanks for being here, and as always, thanks for coming by the tavern here. The drinks are on us, and we'll see you again real soon. Take care, everyone.